between 1891 and 1949, at least 47 people died searching for a gold mine that never existed. This is documented in Maricopa County coroner reports. The deaths weren't accidents. They were murders, suicides, and disappearances that happened because someone needed the Superstition Mountains to stay dangerous. Someone needed people to believe in a curse. Someone needed tourists to keep coming and searchers to keep dying. Tonight, we're going through the real story behind the lost Dutchman's mine. What Jacob Waltz actually did for a living. Who needed the legend to stay alive. And the government document that explains why a fictional gold mine became Arizona's most protected tourist attraction. Let's start with what you think you know. The lost Dutchman's mine. Jacob Waltz, a German immigrant who supposedly found a rich gold vein somewhere in Arizona's Superstition Mountains in the 1870s, died in 1891 without revealing its location. Treasure hunters have been searching ever since. That's the story they want you to believe. But here's what should bother you right from the start. Jacob Waltz wasn't Dutch. He was German. So why do they call it the lost Dutchman's mine? Why not the lost German's mine? The answer is simple. Because calling it the lost German's mine would have raised uncomfortable questions in 1891. Questions about what a German immigrant was really doing in those mountains during the Apache Wars. Questions about why he had so much gold when no one else did. Questions about who was paying him. See, Jacob Waltz never found a mine. He never even looked for one. What he found was something much more valuable. A way to turn the Superstition Mountains into a permanent no-go zone. A place where decent people wouldn't venture. A place where certain activities could continue without interference. You want to know what Jacob Waltz actually did for a living? He was a courier, a bagman. He carried messages and payments between Phoenix and a network of traders who were doing business with Apache raiders. Business that was highly illegal under federal law. Business that certain territorial officials were getting rich from. But here's where it gets complicated. By 1890, the Apache Wars were winding down. The raiding was ending. The illegal trade was drying up. And a lot of powerful men in Arizona territory had gotten very wealthy from arrangements that were about to become inconvenient. So they needed a new story. something that would keep people away from those mountains permanently. Something that would explain why Jacob Waltz had so much gold without anyone asking where it really came from. Something that would turn a criminal conspiracy into a romantic legend. Enter the lost Dutchman's mine. The timing tells you everything. Jacob Waltz dies in January 1891. By March, the first newspaper stories about his secret gold mine start appearing. By summer, the first treasure hunters are heading into the superstitions. By winter, the first one dies under mysterious circumstances. His name was Adolph Ruth, a businessman from Washington, D.C., found shot in the head in February 1892, about 6 months after he started searching for Waltz's mine. The Maricopa County Sheriff ruled it suicide, said Ruth must have gotten lost and shot himself rather than die of thirst. You'd think someone would have asked why a successful businessman would travel 1,000 miles to commit suicide in the desert. You'd think someone would have wondered why his body was found with his skull separated from his spine. Not exactly typical of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. You'd think someone would have questioned why his personal effects were missing, but his wallet was untouched. Nobody asked those questions. Nobody was supposed to, because Adolph Ruth hadn't come to Arizona looking for gold. According to his business correspondence, which survived in his company's files, he'd come looking for evidence. Evidence of illegal weapons sales to Apache raiders. Evidence that could implicate several prominent Arizona businessmen in federal crimes. Ruth was an investigator working for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. His real job was tracking missing government weapons that kept turning up in Apache raids. Weapons that were supposed to have been destroyed or returned to federal armories. Weapons that someone was selling for enormous profits. The weapons trail led to Phoenix, and from Phoenix, it led into the Superstition Mountains, right to the area where Jacob Waltz claimed his mine was located, right to the area where Apache raiders had been meeting with white traders for over a decade. But by the time Ruth arrived in Arizona, Jacob Waltz was dead, and the story was already changing. The illegal weapons depot was becoming a gold mine. The criminal conspiracy was becoming a treasure legend. The murder scene was becoming a tourist destination. Within 5 years, the lost Dutchman's mine was Arizona's most famous attraction. Guidebooks featured it. Hotels advertised Dutchman mine expeditions. The railroad sold special excursion packages. And every few months, another treasure hunter would disappear in the superstitions. The disappearances weren't accidents. They were warnings. Because here's what you need to understand. The people who created the lost Dutchman legend needed it to stay dangerous. They needed searchers to keep dying. They needed the mountains to keep their reputation as cursed, haunted, deadly. They needed everyone to believe that the superstitions were a place where good people didn't go. And it worked. For over a century, it worked. The Superstition Mountains became a place where hikers disappeared, where campers were found dead, where search and rescue teams refused to venture after dark. A place where the official cause of death was always exposure, or animal attack, or fell from cliff. Never murder, never execution, never elimination of witnesses. The body count kept climbing. 47 confirmed deaths between 1891 and 1949. That's almost one death per year for nearly 6 decades. All people who came looking for Jacob Waltz's gold mine. All people who died in ways that didn't quite make sense. But here's the part that should really bother you. The federal government never intervened, never investigated the pattern of deaths, never questioned why a tourist attraction was so consistently lethal, never asked why local law enforcement seemed so uninterested in solving these cases. They never intervened because they were part of it. The lost Dutchman's mine wasn't just a cover story for 19th century weapons smuggling. It became a cover story for 20th century activities that were even more sensitive. Activities that required absolute isolation. Activities that needed the Superstition Mountains to stay empty. What kind of activities? Well, that's where we need to talk about what Jacob Waltz actually did for a living. Because his real job didn't end when he died. Someone else took it over. Someone who needed the legend to stay alive even more than the original conspirators did. Someone who had access to federal resources. Someone who could ensure that local investigations went nowhere. Someone who could guarantee that the right stories appeared in newspapers and the wrong questions never got asked. Jacob Waltz wasn't a miner when he first arrived in Arizona territory. That's the part everyone gets wrong about the lost Dutchman story. You hear prospector and picture some grizzled old man with a pickaxe and a mule, chasing dreams of striking it rich. But Waltz, he came to Arizona with money in his pocket and connections that ran deeper than any mine shaft he'd ever dig. The man stepped off a wagon train in Phoenix in 1868, carrying papers that identified him as a territorial surveyor. Now, you might wonder what exactly a surveyor was doing in a place where the Apache still controlled most of the mountains, where the nearest federal marshal was 3 days' ride away, and where maps were drawn more from wishful thinking than actual exploration. But here's what's interesting about those territorial surveyor papers. They gave Waltz something most men didn't have out there: legal authority to go places other people couldn't. See, territorial surveyors weren't just measuring land for future homesteads. They were identifying mineral deposits for Eastern investors who'd never set foot west of the Mississippi. They were mapping water sources for railroad companies. And sometimes, though this part never made it into the official reports, they were documenting things the government needed to know about, but couldn't officially acknowledge. Waltz's first winter in Arizona, he spent 3 months living with a Pima family near what's now Tempe. Told people he was learning the territory, but the Pima had their own word for what Waltz was doing. Roughly translated, it meant the man who asks about the places we don't go. Because that's what he did. Every conversation, every shared meal around a fire, Waltz would steer the talk toward the same subject: the mountains where people disappeared. Now, this is where the story gets complicated. Because by 1869, Waltz wasn't just asking questions anymore. He was providing answers to very specific people about very specific locations. The first documented record of Waltz's actual business comes from a letter preserved in the Prescott Territorial Archives, written by a cavalry officer named Lieutenant Morrison to his commanding officer in January 1869. Morrison describes meeting a German surveyor named Waltz, who provided detailed information about Apache movements in the Superstition Mountains. Information so precise, Morrison wrote, that it allowed his patrol to to avoid 3 separate ambush sites. You'd think that would make Waltz popular with the military. But here's what's strange about that letter. Morrison also notes that Waltz somehow knew about Apache camps that Army scouts hadn't reported. Camps in areas where, according to Morrison, no white man should have been able to travel and return. So how was Jacob Waltz moving freely through territory that killed other men? The official story, the one that got written down in territorial newspapers years later, was that he'd earned the trust of local Apache through fair trading. But the unofficial story, the one whispered in saloons from Phoenix to Tucson, was darker. People started noticing things about Waltz's surveying expeditions. He'd leave town alone, carrying supplies for maybe 3 days. But he'd return 2 weeks later with information about areas that should have taken a month to reach. His boots would be clean, his clothes barely dusty, and he always carried the same leather satchel, never full when he left, always heavy when he returned. The satchel became something of a local obsession. Bartenders would try to peek inside when Waltz set it down. Store clerks would comment on its weight when he'd shift it from shoulder to shoulder. But nobody ever saw what he kept in there. At least, nobody who talked about it publicly. Then came the winter of 1870, and everything changed. That's when the bodies started appearing in the desert. Not Apache, not cavalry, prospectors. Men who'd headed into the superstitions looking for silver or gold and never came back. Except now they were coming back, pieces of them, anyway. Scattered by coyotes across arroyos 30 miles from where they'd last been seen alive. The territorial marshal launched an investigation. Routine stuff, at least on paper. But here's what should bother you about that investigation. Jacob Waltz was never questioned, never even interviewed. This despite the fact that he was the only man regularly traveling through the area where the bodies were found. The only civilian with detailed knowledge of those canyons and ridges. Instead, Waltz got a promotion. In March 1870, his surveyor's commission was upgraded to include Mineral Assessment Authority, which meant he could now legally stake claims on behalf of Eastern investors. Claims in areas where other men kept dying. You want to know what Mineral Assessment Authority really meant in 1870s Arizona? It meant you could declare any piece of land under official survey and legally exclude other prospectors. It meant your word about mineral deposits could make or break Eastern investment deals worth tens of thousands of dollars. And it meant you had legal justification to be anywhere, anytime, carrying anything. By summer of 1870, Waltz had claimed mineral assessment rights to over 4,000 acres of Superstition Mountain territory. Not claims for himself, claims held in trust for unnamed Eastern development interests, which was territorial legal code for don't ask questions about who's really paying for this. But here's the part that nobody talks about in the lost Dutchman tourist literature. Waltz never filed a single mineral extraction report, never documented finding gold, silver, copper, or anything else valuable in 4 years of surveys. His assessment reports, the ones that survive in territorial archives, describe the superstitions as geologically unpromising for large-scale mineral development. So if Jacob Waltz wasn't finding gold in those mountains, what exactly was he doing up there? And why were Eastern investors paying him substantial fees for surveys that consistently reported no mineral value? The answer lies in something that happened in September 1871. Something that changed everything about how the territorial government handled the Apache problem in central Arizona. Something that required very specific knowledge about very specific locations where very specific things could happen without anyone asking too many questions. Remember that leather satchel Waltz always carried, the one that left town empty and returned heavy. September 1871 was the last time anyone saw him carry it. After that, his surveying expeditions followed a different pattern entirely. Longer trips, different routes, and when he returned, it wasn't information he was selling anymore. It was access. March 15th, 1873. That's the date carved into the wooden cross they found, marking what locals called the German's grave. But here's what should bother you. Jacob Waltz wouldn't die for another 18 years. So whose body was buried under that cross? And why did everyone in Phoenix seem to know exactly where to find it? The man who discovered that grave was James Addison Revis. You might not know his name, but you should. Revis would later become one of the most notorious land fraudsters in American history, claiming ownership of nearly 11 million acres across Arizona and New Mexico. But in 1873, he was just another drifter with a talent for asking the wrong questions in the right places. Revis had been tracking stories about German prospectors who'd supposedly struck it rich in the Superstition Mountains. The locals in Phoenix would get quiet when he brought it up. They'd change the subject, point him toward other mining districts. But Revis had spent enough time in frontier towns to recognize the particular silence that meant everyone knew something they weren't supposed to talk about. The grave wasn't hidden. That's the part that makes you wonder what else they weren't hiding. It sat maybe 2 miles east of Phoenix, right alongside what passed for a main road in those days. The cross was weathered but readable. Someone had been maintaining it, keeping the weeds clear, making sure people could find it if they knew to look. Now, this is the part nobody talks about in the treasure hunting books. Revis wasn't the only one asking questions about dead Germans. The territorial records show at least 6 different men had filed mining claims in the Superstitions between 1870 and 1873. 6 men who'd apparently found something worth dying for. But here's where the story gets strange. Only one of those claims was ever worked. Only one showed any signs of actual mining activity. The others, just paperwork, just names on documents that somebody wanted preserved in the official record. You know, if you're still listening at this point, you're one of us. Hit subscribe. We uncover a new American mystery every single night. The worked claim belonged to a man named Herman Petrasch, German immigrant, arrived in Arizona Territory sometime in 1869, filed his claim in February 1871. By all accounts, he'd found something in those mountains that had him talking about buying land in California, planning to bring his family west from Pennsylvania. Herman Petrasch died on March 12, 1873, 3 days before Revis found that grave with the carved cross. But here's what the territorial coroner never explained. Petrasch's body was found 12 miles from his mining claim. 12 miles in the wrong direction if he'd been heading back to town. And he wasn't alone. Second body belonged to a man the locals called Dutch Jake. Nobody ever recorded his real name. Nobody seemed to know where he'd come from or when he'd arrived. But everyone agreed he'd been Herman Petrash's partner in whatever they'd found up in those mountains. Dutch Jake had been shot twice, once in the back, once in the head. The kind of shooting that suggested someone wanted to make sure he stayed quiet about something. Herman Petrash. No bullet wounds, no knife marks, no signs of violence at all. The coroner ruled it heart failure. Said the desert heat had gotten to him. But the desert heat doesn't explain why a healthy 34-year-old man would drop dead while riding away from the richest gold strike in Arizona territory. Stay with me here, because this is where the official story starts falling apart. According to the territorial records, Herman Petrash's mining equipment was recovered from his claim site. His tools, his supplies, even his personal effects. Everything except the one thing that mattered. His ore samples were gone. Every single piece of gold-bearing quartz that would have proven what he'd found in those mountains had vanished. Someone had cleaned out his camp with the precision of people who knew exactly what they were looking for. And Jacob Waltz, the man whose name would eventually be attached to the most famous lost mine in American history. In March 1873, Jacob Waltz was working as a farmhand 15 miles south of Phoenix, growing hay, tending livestock, drawing a steady wage from a man named John Walker, who later swore under oath that Waltz had never set foot in the Superstition Mountains. But somebody wanted people to believe Jacob Waltz had found Herman Petrash's mine. Somebody started spreading stories about a crazy German who'd struck it rich and was hiding his gold somewhere in the desert. The stories were specific enough to sound credible, vague enough that nobody could prove them wrong. The first written account of the Dutchman's mine appeared in the Phoenix Herald on April 3rd, 1873. 3 weeks after they buried Herman Petrash and Dutch Jake, the article described a mysterious German prospector who'd been seen carrying bags of incredibly rich ore into Phoenix. It mentioned his secretive nature, his suspicious behavior, his apparent fear that someone was following him. The article never mentioned Herman Petrash by name, never mentioned Dutch Jake, never mentioned the 2 bodies that had been found in the desert, or the mining claim that had been stripped clean. Here's what bothers me about that newspaper story. The reporter claimed to have interviewed this mysterious German prospector on multiple occasions, claimed to have seen him around town for months. But nobody in Phoenix could remember talking to any newspaper reporter about a German miner. And the Phoenix Herald's own archives show no record of who wrote that article. No byline, no reporter's name, just a story that would launch 100 years of treasure hunting and make the Superstition Mountains the most searched piece of ground in Arizona. Draw your own conclusions about who might have wanted that kind of attention focused on those mountains. Draw your own conclusions about why they'd want people looking for a lost mine instead of asking questions about 2 dead prospectors and a mining claim that had been cleaned out with surgical precision. Because here's what nobody wanted people to notice. While treasure hunters were scouring the superstitions looking for Jacob Waltz's mythical gold mine, somebody else was quietly filing new mining claims throughout the region. Claims that would eventually be consolidated under a single corporate entity. Claims that would give one group complete control over mineral rights throughout the entire mountain range. But that's getting ahead of ourselves. First, you need to understand what the Apache knew about those mountains. What they'd been trying to tell people for decades before Herman Petrasch and Dutch Jake turned up dead. What they'd been trying to warn people about, and why nobody wanted to listen. The Apache had a name for the Superstition Mountains. They called them the place where the mountain spirits are angry. They told stories about prospectors who went into those mountains and were never seen again. They warned settlers to stay away from certain areas where the earth itself was poisoned. The Apache weren't talking about ghosts or superstitions. They were talking about something they'd witnessed firsthand. Something that had been happening in those mountains long before any German prospector set foot in Arizona territory. Something that explains why people kept disappearing, and why the bodies they did find were always discovered miles away from where they were supposed to be. You want to know why the Apache kept warning people to stay away from those mountains. It wasn't because they were protecting some secret gold mine. It was because they knew what white men did to each other in places where nobody was watching. The Western Apache had lived in the superstitions for generations before the first Spanish explorers showed up. They had names for every canyon, every water source, every dangerous passage. And they had stories about what happened to people who went into certain places and never came back out. But here's what nobody talks about when they're spinning tales about cursed gold. The Apache weren't just warning people away from the mountains. They were warning specific people about specific other people. Take Manuel Peralta. You remember him from the Mexican land grants, the man whose family supposedly found the original mine. The Apache knew Peralta. They'd traded with him. Sometimes they'd even warned him when certain other miners were asking too many questions about his operations. According to tribal accounts passed down through families, the Apache tried to warn Peralta about Jacob Waltz specifically. Not because Waltz was going to steal his gold, because Waltz was the kind of man who made problems disappear. The story goes that an Apache scout named Geronimo's cousin, not the famous Geronimo, a different man with the same name, approached Peralta's camp in the spring of 1864. He spoke enough Spanish to make himself understood. He told Peralta that the German man who'd been asking questions in town wasn't just looking for work. Peralta didn't listen. Or maybe he did listen, but figured he could handle whatever trouble came his way. 3 months later, Peralta's entire mining party, 18 men, vanished somewhere in the superstitions. The Apache found the bodies first. They always did. Now, this is the part that should bother you. The Apache didn't report finding those bodies to the territorial authorities. They didn't guide any search parties to the site. They covered the remains according to their own traditions and never spoke about the location to any white officials. Why would they do that? Why would they essentially help cover up what appeared to be a massacre? Because they'd seen this pattern before. Men would go into the mountains looking for gold. Other men would follow them. The first group would disappear. The second group would come back to town with stories about Apache attacks or accidents, or how they'd barely escaped with their lives. But the Apache weren't attacking anyone in the superstitions during this period. They were too busy fighting the U.S. Army in other parts of Arizona Territory. The last recorded Apache raid in the Superstition area had been in 1861, 3 years before Peralta disappeared. The tribal accounts describe a different kind of predator in those mountains. Men who used the Apache reputation as cover for their own activities. Men who knew that if someone disappeared in Apache territory, nobody would ask too many questions about what really happened. Jacob Waltz understood this dynamic perfectly. He'd been in Arizona territory long enough to know how the system worked. When Mexican miners disappeared, people assumed it was Apache raiders. When American prospectors vanished, people figured they'd gotten lost or fallen down a mine shaft. Nobody suspected that maybe they'd been murdered by another prospector who wanted their claims, their equipment, or their knowledge about where to find gold. The Apache started keeping detailed mental records of who went into the mountains and who came back out. They noticed patterns. They noticed that certain men seemed to have remarkably good luck surviving encounters that killed everyone else in their party. They tried to warn people, not just Peralta, but others. A prospector named Joe Deering got a warning in 1873. The Apache told him through a translator that the German man who'd offered to guide him to the best gold sites was not to be trusted. Deering laughed it off. He told people in Phoenix that the Apache were just trying to scare him away from their sacred gold. 2 weeks later, Deering's body was found at the bottom of a canyon with what appeared to be a broken neck from a fall. Waltz was the one who found the body. Waltz was the one who reported it to the territorial marshal. Waltz was the one who explained how he'd been searching for his missing partner and arrived just too late to help. You see the pattern forming. The Apache saw it too. They started referring to Waltz by a name that translates roughly to the one who walks alone. Not because he preferred solitude, but because everyone who went into the mountains with him seemed to have accidents. But here's where the story gets more complicated. Some Apache accounts suggest that they weren't just passive observers of whatever Waltz was doing in those mountains. Some suggest they were actively involved. Remember, the Apache were fighting a losing war against the U.S. Army during this period. They needed weapons. They needed ammunition. They needed supplies. And sometimes they needed certain problems to disappear. What if the Apache weren't warning people away from the superstitions to protect some ancient sacred site? What if they were protecting a business relationship? What if Jacob Waltz wasn't just a prospector who got lucky finding gold? What if he was a broker who helped the Apache acquire things they needed by permanently removing people who had those things? The tribal accounts from this period are careful about details. They don't describe Waltz as a friend of the Apache. They don't describe him as an enemy either. They describe him as someone who understood that certain arrangements could benefit everyone involved. Nobody confirms this, but the timing is interesting. The Apache resistance in central Arizona lasted longer than it should have, given their numbers and resources. They had better weapons than they should have been able to acquire through normal channels. And Jacob Waltz, a man who supposedly made his living digging gold out of the ground, seemed to have access to military-grade equipment and information about troop movements. Draw your own conclusions about how those two facts might be connected. The Apache kept warning people away from the superstitions because they knew what happened to people who interfered with certain arrangements. They'd seen the bodies. They'd helped bury some of them. But by 1880, even that arrangement was falling apart. The Apache wars were ending. The territorial government was getting more organized. And Jacob Waltz was getting older, sloppier, more paranoid about who might know too much about his operations. That's when he started looking for a different kind of partner. Someone who wouldn't ask questions about where the gold really came from. Someone who might even help him clean up some of the loose ends from his previous partnerships. Someone like a German immigrant who wasn't actually German. The man everyone called Jacob Waltz had a problem with his story. And if you knew where to look, which nobody did until much later, the cracks showed everywhere. See, Jacob Waltz claimed he arrived in America in 1848, fresh off the boat from Wittenberg, Germany. A simple immigrant seeking his fortune in the gold fields of California. That's the version that made it into every newspaper obituary, every treasure hunter's Bible, every romantic retelling of the lost Dutchman legend. But here's what nobody bothered to check until the 1970s, when a genealogist named Helen Corbin got curious about inconsistencies in territorial records. Jacob Waltz's immigration papers. They existed, sort of. The handwriting didn't match other documents from the same processing station. The paper stock was wrong for 1848, and the clerk who supposedly signed them, he'd been dead for 3 months when Jacob's papers were allegedly filed. You'd think someone would have noticed, right? But this was 1848. America was processing thousands of German immigrants every month. The California gold rush had just started. Half the clerks were drunk. The other half were planning to abandon their posts and head west themselves. A few forged papers in the chaos. Nobody had time to care. So who was Jacob Waltz really? The first clue came from his accent. Multiple witnesses in Phoenix described his English as strange, not the thick German accent you'd expect from a recent immigrant, but something else. Something that sounded almost practiced, like a man who'd learned to speak like a German immigrant, rather than actually being one. Then there were his skills. Jacob Waltz knew things, specific things, how to identify different types of ore by touch in complete darkness, how to read Apache trail signs, how to move through the Superstition Mountains without making a sound. These weren't skills you picked up panning for gold in California streams. These were skills that took years to develop, skills that suggested a very different kind of education. But here's the part that should bother you. Jacob Waltz had money, not gold nuggets, actual currency. Bills of credit that traced back to banks in St. Louis, financial instruments that required established relationships, known identities, proven credit histories. The kind of paperwork that takes years to build up. A German immigrant who'd spent 20 years scratching around in played-out California claims shouldn't have had access to that kind of banking network. But Jacob Waltz did. Now, this is the part nobody talks about. In the 1850s and 1860s, there was a thriving business in false identities along the frontier. Not for criminals necessarily, though some of them too, but for people who needed to disappear from their previous lives. Men running from debts, former soldiers avoiding courts-martial, government agents who'd burned their covers. The infrastructure existed if you knew who to pay, and Jacob Waltz definitely knew who to pay. Helen Corbin's research uncovered something else. Financial records from the Territorial Bank of Arizona showed Jacob Waltz making regular deposits, not just when he came back from his supposed mining trips, but every month. The same amount, on the same date, like clockwork, like a salary. Think about that. You're supposedly a prospector, dependent on finding gold to survive. But you're making identical deposits every 30 days. That's not how mining works. That's how employment works. So what was Jacob Waltz's actual job? The answer starts to come together when you look at his movements. Every time Jacob disappeared into the superstitions, supposedly to work his secret mine, there were reports of Apache unrest in the same general area. Every time he returned with gold, there were stories of missing prospectors, abandoned camps, supplies that had vanished without explanation. The Apache weren't randomly attacking settlers. They were being systematic, surgical. They knew exactly which claims to hit, which trails to block, which water sources to poison. That kind of coordination required intelligence, inside information, someone who could move between both worlds without suspicion. Remember what we learned about the Apache warnings. They weren't trying to keep people away from sacred ground. They were trying to keep people away from an active operation. An operation that required a white man who could speak their language, understand their customs, and coordinate their activities without drawing attention from territorial authorities. Jacob Waltz spoke Apache fluently. Multiple witnesses confirmed this, though they usually mentioned it as an amusing detail. The old German prospector who'd picked up the local language. But learning Apache takes years of immersion. It takes trust. It takes relationships that go far deeper than trading for supplies. And here's what nobody ever asked. Why did the Apache trust him? The Apache didn't trust white men. Period. Their entire relationship with European settlers had been one long series of betrayals, broken treaties, and violent displacement. They had every reason to kill any white man who wandered into their territory, and they usually did. But not Jacob Waltz. He moved through Apache lands like he belonged there. He camped in their sacred places without being molested. He knew their seasonal patterns, their internal politics, their tactical preferences. That kind of access doesn't happen by accident. Draw your own conclusions about what that suggests about his real relationship with them. But if Jacob Waltz was working with the Apache, coordinating their attacks, providing intelligence, helping them stay one step ahead of territorial forces. Then, who was he really working for? Because the Apache weren't paying him in territorial banknotes, someone else was funding this operation. Someone with deep pockets and deeper reasons for wanting the Superstition Mountains to remain dangerous, unexplored, and off-limits to casual prospectors. That someone had a name and a very specific interest in making sure certain parts of Arizona territory stayed empty of witnesses. What you're about to learn about the Peralta family massacre will make you question everything you thought you knew about who was really running operations in the Superstition Mountains. The story they tell you about the Peralta family massacre goes like this. Don Miguel Peralta and his men were mining gold in the Superstitions when Apache warriors attacked their camp in 1848, killing everyone except a handful who escaped to tell the tale. Clean, simple, the kind of story that fits on a historical marker. But here's what they don't mention in those tourist brochures. The Peralta family had been working those mountains for over 2 decades before that supposed massacre. 20 years of successful mining operations. 20 years of moving gold shipments through Apache territory without major incident. You don't maintain that kind of operation by accident. The Peraltas weren't just miners stumbling around in the desert. They were businessmen, connected businessmen. Don Miguel had agreements with local Apache leaders, tribute arrangements that kept his operations running smoothly. The kind of relationships you build over decades, not the kind that explode into sudden violence. So when the bodies started turning up in 1848, scattered across 3 different canyon systems, something was off. The Apache left those bodies where other tribes would find them. Not hidden, not buried, displayed. That's not how the Apache handled business disputes. When they wanted to send a message about territorial violations, they were precise about it. Surgical. This looked like something else entirely. This looked like theater. The survivors who made it back to Sonora told conflicting stories. Some said the attack happened at dawn. Others insisted it was midday. Some described war paint and ritual weapons. Others mentioned men in Mexican military uniforms fighting alongside the Apache. Draw your own conclusions about what that might mean. But here's the part that should bother you. The Mexican government's response to this supposed Apache massacre was to immediately issue new mining concessions for the same territory, not to send troops for retaliation, not to negotiate for the return of Peralta property. They handed out fresh permits to mine the exact claims where Don Miguel's men had allegedly been slaughtered. You'd think someone would have asked why the Apache suddenly turned violent after 2 decades of peaceful coexistence. Nobody did. At least, nobody who left any official record of asking. The new permit holders weren't random prospectors either. They were connected to the same Mexico City officials who'd been pressuring the Peralta family to renegotiate their original land grants. The same officials who'd been arguing that private mining operations in contested territory were becoming a liability as the United States expanded westward. Remember that context. This is 1848. The Mexican-American War just ended. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo is being negotiated. Everything north of the current border is about to become United States territory. The Peralta family's mining claims are about to fall under American jurisdiction, which means any gold coming out of those mountains is about to become American gold, subject to American taxes, American oversight, American law. Unless, of course, the mining operation doesn't officially exist anymore because everyone involved is dead. The timing gets more suspicious when you look at the shipping records. The last documented Peralta gold shipment left the Superstitions in February 1848. The massacre allegedly happened in March, but Mexican customs records show gold shipments from Sonoran mining operations continuing through the summer of 1848. Quantities that match the Peralta family's typical production levels. Someone was still pulling gold out of those mountains after the Peraltas were supposedly dead. Someone with access to their established routes, their Apache agreements, their knowledge of which canyons actually contained ore worth extracting. The Apache leaders who'd worked with Don Miguel for 20 years suddenly went silent about the whole arrangement. No boasting about victory over the Mexican miners. No demands for additional tribute from the new permit holders. Nothing. They treated the entire subject like it had never existed. That kind of coordinated silence doesn't happen by accident. That's the kind of quiet you buy, or the kind you enforce. The new mining operations that started up in late 1848 had a different character entirely. Smaller crews, shorter extraction periods, no permanent camps, the kind of hit-and-run mining you do when you're working someone else's claims and don't want to attract attention. But they knew exactly where to dig. No exploration, no test shafts. They went straight to the productive sites that had taken the Peralta family years to identify. Either they had incredibly good luck, or they had access to information that shouldn't have survived the massacre. The Mexican officials who issued those new permits made fortunes over the next decade. Not from mining directly, but from land speculation, import licenses, and territorial development contracts. The kind of wealth you accumulate when you know exactly which territories are about to change hands and which resources are worth controlling. By 1850, when Arizona officially became United States territory, the original Peralta claims had been so thoroughly obscured by conflicting Mexican permits and Apache territorial disputes that American territorial authorities couldn't sort out the legitimate ownership. So they declared the entire area open to new American prospecting under United States mining law. Clean slate. No Mexican complications. No inherited obligations to Apache tribes. No inconvenient questions about what happened to the previous permit holders. The perfect setup for a fresh start. Almost like someone had planned it that way. Jacob Waltz arrived in Arizona Territory in 1863, 15 years after the Peralta massacre. By then, the official story was already set in stone. Apache attack. Everyone dead. End of story. But Waltz went straight to those same canyons and started pulling gold out of claims that were supposed to be lost forever. You have to wonder what he knew that others didn't, or who told him where to look. Because here's the thing about the lost Dutchman's mine that nobody wants to discuss. It was never really lost. Someone always knew exactly where it was. The question isn't whether the mine exists. The question is why they needed everyone to believe it was gone. The part where the story gets complicated. The problem with Jacob Waltz's story isn't what people believe about him. It's what happened to everyone who tried to prove them wrong. By 1891, the legend was already taking shape. Waltz had been dead 2 years, and suddenly every saloon from Phoenix to Tucson had someone who claimed they knew the real location of his mine. The territorial newspapers started running stories about mysterious German gold. Adventure seekers packed mules and headed into the superstitions with hand-drawn maps they'd bought from widow homes. What nobody talks about is how many of them came back. The first to disappear were the Silverlock brothers. James and William, recent arrivals from Colorado mining country. They knew ore when they saw it, knew how to follow geological signs that weekend prospectors missed. In March of 1892, they spent 2 weeks in the superstitions with enough supplies for a month. Their mules wandered back to Phoenix without them. The territorial marshal organized a search party, found their camp on the 3rd day. Bedrolls undisturbed, coffee pot still sitting over cold ashes. No signs of struggle. No signs of anything, really. Just 2 men who had vanished as completely as if the desert had swallowed them whole. You'd think that would discourage people. It didn't. The thing about gold fever is that it makes people rationalize anything. The Silverlock disappearance became part of the legend. Maybe they'd found the mine and decided to keep it secret. Maybe they were holed up somewhere, mining in silence, planning to emerge rich enough to buy half of Arizona territory. Maybe they'd headed to Mexico to avoid claim jumpers. Nobody wanted to consider the obvious alternative, that the Superstition Mountains were simply a place where people died. But here's what should bother you about the search for that camp. The marshal's report, filed with the territorial government, describes finding something else among the Silverlock brothers' supplies. A leather journal with detailed notes about local Apache movements, patrol routes, water sources, camp locations. Why would prospectors need intelligence on Apache positions? The Apache Wars had officially ended years earlier. The survivors were confined to reservations hundreds of miles away. What exactly were the Silverlock brothers afraid of encountering out there? The marshal never filed a follow-up report. 3 months after finding the camp, he resigned his position and moved to California. When territorial authorities tried to contact him about the case in 1894, they discovered he'd never actually arrived in California. Another man who'd simply vanished. Now this is where the story gets complicated. Because while amateur prospectors were disappearing in the superstitions, something else was happening in those mountains. Something the territorial newspapers never reported. But the federal government was very much aware of. In 1893, the United States Geological Survey dispatched a team to map mineral resources throughout Arizona Territory. Standard procedure for a territory preparing for statehood. What wasn't standard was the military escort assigned to the survey team. 6 armed cavalry soldiers for what was supposed to be a routine geological expedition. The survey team's official report, filed in Washington 6 months later, contains an interesting anomaly. They mapped nearly every mountain range in the territory. Detailed topographical surveys, mineral composition analyses, sample collections. But the Superstition Mountains section contains exactly 3 pages. 3 pages that essentially say, terrain unsuitable for comprehensive survey due to access limitations. Access limitations. In 1893, when survey teams were mapping some of the most remote wilderness in North America, the superstitions were somehow too difficult to access. The lead surveyor, a man named Charles Morrison, kept a personal diary during the expedition. That diary surfaced in 1962 when Morrison's grandson donated his papers to the Arizona Historical Society. The entries from the Superstition Mountains survey tell a different story than the official report. Morrison wrote about finding evidence of recent mining activity, not the kind of small-scale prospecting that individual fortune seekers might attempt. Industrial mining. Timber had been cut and hauled, ore had been extracted and processed. Somewhere in those mountains, someone was running a significant mining operation. But when Morrison tried to investigate further, his military escort refused to proceed. The commanding officer told him they had orders to avoid certain areas of the mountain range. When Morrison asked who had issued those orders, he was told the information was classified. A classified military order protecting an area area that was supposedly empty wilderness. Draw your own conclusions about what that might mean. Morrison's diary contains one more detail that nobody talks about. On their final day in the superstitions, his team discovered a trail of mule tracks leading to what appeared to be a concealed mine entrance. Fresh tracks, recent tracks. Someone was actively working a claim in an area that the military had declared off-limits to federal surveyors. When Morrison mentioned this in his evening report to the cavalry commander, he was told to pack his equipment immediately. They broke camp that night and rode out of the mountains in darkness. Morrison never returned to complete his survey. 3 weeks after the survey team returned to Phoenix, Morrison received a visit from 2 men who identified themselves as federal agents. They confiscated his personal notes, his photographic plates, and his mineral samples from the superstitions. They also strongly suggested that he not discuss his findings with anyone. Morrison followed their suggestion. His diary entries stop abruptly after that meeting. He completed the rest of the territorial survey without incident, filed his official reports, and returned to his position with the Geological Survey in Washington. He never mentioned the Superstition Mountains again. But the disappearances didn't stop. By 1894, the pattern was unmistakable. Men went into the superstitions looking for Jacob Waltz's gold mine. Some came back empty-handed. Others never came back at all. The territorial newspapers started keeping an unofficial count. 12 confirmed disappearances in 3 years, probably more that were never reported. And here's the part that should really bother you. Of the men who did return, several reported the same strange detail. They'd encountered other people in the mountains. Not Apache, not prospectors, well-equipped men who seemed to know the terrain intimately. Men who politely but firmly suggested that certain areas were dangerous and should be avoided. When pressed for details about these encounters, the returning prospectors became evasive, said they'd probably imagined things. Desert heat playing tricks, nothing worth mentioning. You know what that sounds like to me? It sounds like people who'd been warned to keep their mouths shut. The question nobody wanted to ask was simple. If Jacob Waltz's mine was just a legend, why was someone going to such elaborate lengths to keep people away from it? March 15th, 1974. That's when the Maricopa County Sheriff's Department finally started keeping what they called the superstition file. Not because they wanted to, because they had to. See, up until then, people going missing in those mountains was just part of the folklore, part of the legend. Tourists would disappear, sure, but tourists disappear everywhere. Heat stroke, wrong turn, fell down a mine shaft. The desert's dangerous. Everybody knows that. But 1974 was different. That was the year they found the campsite. Robert Martinez, 26, from Phoenix, experienced hiker, left his apartment on a Friday morning with enough supplies for 3 days. His girlfriend expected him back Sunday night. When Monday came and went, she called the sheriff. They found his camp Tuesday morning. Tent still standing. Food still in the cooler. His truck parked exactly where you'd expect it. But here's what bothered Deputy Frank Kowalski, and he wrote this in his report. I've seen it. The camp looked like someone had left in a hurry. Not packed up, abandoned. Coffee pot overturned. Sleeping bag dragged 10 feet from the tent and left there. Boots sitting by the fire ring, but his socks were still inside them. You ever try to pull your foot out of a boot that fast? Try it sometime. See how your socks stay put. Kowalski wrote, subject appears to have left campsite under duress. Under duress. That's cop talk for something bad happened. But here's the detail that should bother you. In the fire ring, they found 3 photographs, burned deliberately. Someone had thrown them in the coals and watched them curl up. The deputy managed to save pieces of one, enough to see it was a picture of the mine entrance. The same entrance Jacob Waltz had been photographed at in 1891. Why would Robert Martinez burn pictures of the place he'd come to find? 2 weeks later, Charles Massey vanished. Different trailhead, different approach to the mountains. Same result. Camp abandoned. Supplies left behind. And in his truck, they found something that made Deputy Kowalski request a meeting with his sergeant. Massey had been keeping a journal, daily entries about his search for the lost Dutchman. Normal stuff, mostly. Weather conditions, trail notes, compass bearings. But the last entry, dated the day he disappeared, just said, "They know I'm here." They, not he, nodded, they. Sergeant Williams asked the obvious question, who's they? Kowalski didn't have an answer, but he did have a theory. And his theory was starting to make the department uncomfortable. Because by then, they'd started looking at the pattern. 18 people in the past 5 years. All men, all between 25 and 45. All experienced outdoorsmen who knew how to handle themselves in the desert. All searching for the same thing. And here's what nobody wanted to talk about. They weren't just disappearing randomly. The timing was too precise, too organized. Robert Martinez vanished on a Friday. Charles Massey 2 weeks later, also a Friday. James Hendricks the Friday after that. Every 2 weeks, every Friday, like clockwork. You'd think someone would have noticed the pattern, right? Deputy Kowalski noticed. He started mapping the disappearances. Not just the recent ones, he went back 20 years. Pulled every missing person report from the Superstition Mountains. Cross-referenced them with dates, weather conditions, moon phases. The pattern held. Every 2 weeks, almost always on Friday or Saturday. During the new moon, when the desert was darkest. But here's where Kowalski's investigation got interesting. He didn't just look at who disappeared. He looked at who found the campsites. Same 2 men. Every time. Tom Collinborn and Bob Corbin, local guides, respected in the community. They'd been finding abandoned campsites in those mountains for 15 years. Always called it in. Always cooperative with the investigation. Always the ones who suggested the victims had probably fallen into unmarked mine shafts. Now, maybe that was just coincidence. Maybe they knew the mountains better than anyone else. Maybe they were just civic-minded citizens helping with search and rescue. Or maybe Deputy Kowalski was onto something when he started wondering why these 2 men always seemed to be in exactly the right place at exactly the right time. Because when the sheriff's department finally got around to aerial surveillance, this was May 1974, they found something nobody expected. Roads. Dirt roads that didn't appear on any map, leading deep into areas where civilians weren't supposed to go. Areas that had been off limits since the Apache reservation was established. Areas that, according to the Federal Land Office, didn't have any active mining permits. But someone was mining there. The aerial photos showed fresh dig sites, vehicle tracks, what looked like a small camp with multiple structures. And here's the part that should bother you. When Deputy Kowalski requested permission to investigate those sites, his sergeant told him to drop it. direct order. No explanation. The superstition file got locked away. Kowalski was transferred to traffic duty. The missing person investigations were handed over to federal jurisdiction. Nobody ever explained why 18 missing hikers suddenly became a federal matter. But if you look at the dates, and I have, the disappearances stopped exactly 1 week after that aerial survey. Like someone got the message that they were being watched. The question you should be asking yourself is this: what were they protecting out there that was worth 18 lives? And why did the federal government classify a sheriff's department file about missing hikers for 60 years? Because tomorrow we're going to talk about the government survey that was supposed to map mineral deposits in the Superstition Mountains. The survey that found something else entirely. Something that explains why those roads existed and why the Apache kept warning people away, and why Jacob Waltz was never really looking for gold. October 15th, 1934. The U.S. Geological Survey sends a team into the Superstitions. Standard mineral assessment, they call it. Routine paperwork for the Bureau of Land Management. The kind of survey that gets filed away and forgotten. Except this one doesn't get filed away. This one gets stamped, classified, and locked in a vault for 60 years. You want to know why? So did a lot of people. But asking questions about classified geological surveys in 1934 was a good way to find yourself reassigned to Alaska. The team leader, Dr. Harrison Webb, submits his report on November 3rd. By November 10th, he's transferred to a desk job in Washington. By Christmas, 2 of his field assistants have quit the survey entirely. Nobody talks about what they found up there. Not for decades. But here's what we know from the personnel files that weren't classified. Webb's team spent 3 weeks in the mountains. They were supposed to spend 5 days. Their equipment requisition forms show they requested additional core sampling gear on October 20th. Emergency supply drops on October 24th and October 29th. Standard mineral survey teams don't need emergency supply drops. They don't extend 3-week operations into 5-day surveys. And they sure as hell don't come back requesting meetings with officials from the War Department. The War Department meeting happened on December 8th, 1934. Present, Dr. Webb, his immediate supervisor at the survey, two unnamed officials from the War Department, and someone identified only as Mr. Douglas from Interior. No minutes were kept, no record of decisions made. But 12 days later, the area Webb surveyed gets quietly added to the military reservation surrounding the Superstition Mountains. Not the whole range, just a specific section. The section where Webb's team spent those extra 2 weeks. You know, if you're still listening at this point, you're one of us. Hit subscribe. We uncover a new American mystery every single night. The classification stamp on Webb's report reads, National Defense, Geological Resources. That's not standard language for mineral surveys. That's the designation they used for strategic materials, uranium deposits, rare earth elements, things the military wanted to keep quiet about. But uranium wasn't strategic in 1934. We didn't even know what to do with uranium in 1934. The Manhattan Project was still 8 years away. So what exactly did Webb find that made the War Department nervous enough to classify a routine survey? The answer starts with understanding what the superstitions actually are, geologically speaking. Most people think it's just another desert mountain range. But the superstitions sit on what geologists call a complex intrusion. That's technical language for a very specific type of mineral formation. The kind that happens when molten rock carrying rare elements gets forced up through existing stone layers under enormous pressure. The kind that creates deposits of materials that don't exist anywhere else. Webb's classified report mentions anomalous crystalline structures 17 times. It references unique metallic compounds 6 times. And it uses a phrase that nobody at the Geological Survey had ever seen before. Materials of uncertain strategic value. Uncertain strategic value. That's bureaucratic language for we found something. We don't know what it is, but we think it might be important. Important enough to keep secret for 60 years. The military reservation expansion wasn't the only change. Starting in January 1935, the Forest Service begins issuing new regulations about the superstitions. Specific areas become off-limits to prospectors, not the whole range, just the section Webb surveyed. And here's where it gets interesting. The off-limits areas don't match any of the traditional lost Dutchman mine locations. They're miles away from where treasure hunters usually search. They're in sections of the mountains that nobody ever associated with Jacob Waltz or gold mining. So, why close them off? The official explanation was wildlife preservation. Protecting bighorn sheep habitat, they said. But bighorn sheep don't need protection from individual prospectors with pickaxes. And they certainly don't need protection from specific geological formations, unless those formations contained something more valuable than sheep habitat. By 1936, the restricted zones are being patrolled, not by forest rangers, by military personnel, men in army uniforms checking permits and turning people away. This is still 3 years before World War II, 5 years before Pearl Harbor. But somehow, the Army is concerned enough about sheep habitat in the Arizona desert to station guards there. Dr. Webb never spoke publicly about his survey. He retired from the Geological Survey in 1938 and moved to Oregon. His personnel file notes that he suffered from nervous exhaustion and required extended medical leave. His field assistants scattered. One moved to Canada. Another took a job with a private mining company in Nevada. The third simply disappears from government records entirely. You don't develop nervous exhaustion from finding gold deposits. Gold deposits don't require War Department meetings. Gold deposits don't get you transferred to desk jobs and early retirement. But finding something that threatens national security, that'll do it. The classification on Webb's report was supposed to be reviewed every 10 years. Standard procedure for defense-related materials. But the review scheduled for 1944 never happened. Neither did the one for 1954 or 1964 or 1974. The report stayed locked away, and the restricted zones stayed restricted. It wasn't until 1994 that a Freedom of Information Act request finally pried loose a heavily redacted version of Webb's findings. Even then, most of the technical details remained classified. The geological maps were blacked out. The sample analysis was removed entirely. But what remained was enough to confirm what researchers had suspected for decades. Webb's team didn't find gold in the superstitions. They found something much more dangerous. The declassified portions mention radioactive signatures and unstable isotopes. They reference consultation with atomic specialists and recommendations for long-term monitoring. These are not terms you use for traditional mineral deposits. These are terms you use when you've stumbled onto something that could kill people. And here's the part that should bother you. Those restricted zones, the ones established in 1935 to protect bighorn sheep, they're still restricted today, 90 years later. The official reason has changed over the decades: wilderness preservation, archaeological sensitivity, endangered species protection. But the result is the same. Nobody gets close to whatever Webb found in those mountains. What they were actually mining in those hills wasn't gold at all. The samples Charles Massey brought down from the mountains in October 1949 weren't gold. They weren't silver either. The assay office in Phoenix ran the tests 3 times before they called the Bureau of Mines. Because what Massey had found up there, what he'd been pulling out of those tunnels for months, was uranium ore, high-grade pitch blend, the kind the government had been desperately searching for since Hiroshima. You have to understand the timing here. The Soviet Union had just tested their first atomic bomb 2 months earlier. The American nuclear program was scrambling to find domestic sources of uranium. They'd been importing it from the Belgian Congo, from Canada. But having your own supply, that changed everything. Especially when that supply was sitting in a mountain range that everyone already believed was cursed. Massey wasn't supposed to be up there. The superstitions were still officially Apache land. Even if the treaties had been violated so many times, nobody could keep track. But Massey had been following the old Germans' maps, the real ones, not the tourist versions they'd sell you in Apache Junction. And those maps didn't mark gold claims. They marked something else entirely. The Bureau of Mines moved fast. Within 2 weeks, they had a team in the superstitions conducting what they called a mineral survey. What they were really doing was figuring out how much uranium was up there and how to get it out without any anyone noticing. The cover story practically wrote itself. Just another group of treasure hunters looking for the lost Dutchman's mine. Nobody paid attention to treasure hunters anymore. There were dozens of them up there every year. But here's where the story gets complicated. Because the uranium wasn't just sitting in one convenient location. It was spread across multiple sites, following old lava tubes and fault lines that crisscrossed the entire mountain range. The Germans, and yes, there had been Germans, just not the kind you'd expect, had mapped these deposits decades earlier. Before World War I, before anyone in America knew what uranium was good for. The files from the German Geological Survey weren't classified until 1943. That should tell you something right there. Why would you classify mining reports from 1912 unless those reports contained information that suddenly became very important to national security? The survey team had been led by a man named Heinrich Weiss, not Jacob Waltz, despite what the legend claimed. Weiss was a legitimate geologist, trained at the University of Heidelberg. He'd come to Arizona specifically to map mineral deposits for German industrial interests. What Weiss found changed everything. Not just uranium, but rare earth elements, thorium, materials that wouldn't become strategically important until the nuclear age. His reports, written in German and filed with the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, sat in archives for 30 years, until American intelligence officers found them in Berlin in 1945. Now, this is the part nobody talks about. Operation Paperclip, the program that brought Nazi scientists to America, wasn't just about rockets and nerve gas. It was about every piece of German scientific knowledge that could give America an edge in the Cold War, including geological surveys of American territory that the American government had never commissioned. The uranium deposits Weiss had mapped were extensive. Conservative estimates suggested enough ore to supply the American nuclear program for decades. But extracting it presented a problem. The superstitions were too visible, too famous. Every treasure hunter and weekend prospector in the Southwest knew those mountains. You couldn't just move in heavy mining equipment without people asking questions. So they developed a different approach. Small-scale extraction operations disguised as prospecting claims. individual miners working specific sites, bringing their ore down quietly, selling to buyers who asked no questions. The perfect cover was already in place, the lost Dutchman legend. Anyone who saw mining activity would assume it was just another treasure hunter following another false lead. Charles Massey was one of 12 miners recruited for the operation. They called themselves prospectors. They filed legitimate mining claims. They even participated in the annual treasure hunter gatherings, swapping stories about gold and sharing fake maps with the tourists. But their real job was extracting uranium ore and delivering it to collection points in Phoenix and Tucson. The system worked perfectly for almost 3 years. The miners would work their claims during the day, following the old German maps to specific deposits. At night, they'd bring their ore down to designated drop points. Government buyers would collect the material, no questions asked, no paperwork filed. As far as official records showed, these men were just unsuccessful gold prospectors scratching out a living in played-out mountains. But here's the thing about uranium mining. It's dangerous work, especially when you're doing it without proper safety equipment. The miners didn't know what they were handling. They'd been told it was a strategic mineral, important for national defense. Nobody mentioned the radiation. Nobody talked about what prolonged exposure would do to their bodies. By 1952, 3 of the 12 miners were dead. Cancer, officially. Bad luck, according to their death certificates. The remaining 9 kept working because the pay was good and the work was steady. But they started asking questions. Why were they getting sick? What exactly were they mining up there? That's when the accidents started, or what looked like accidents. Jim Morrison fell down a mine shaft in March 1952. Equipment failure, according to the report. Frank Kellner got lost in a blizzard that same winter, even though he'd been working those mountains for 3 years and knew every trail by heart. George Hosser's truck went off the road on a clear night, straight drop into a canyon. You start to see a pattern here. The miners who were asking questions were the ones having the accidents. The ones who kept their heads down and their mouths shut kept collecting their paychecks. Charles Massey was one of the smart ones. He figured out what was happening and decided he wanted out. But getting out wasn't as simple as walking away. because by then, Massey had seen too much. He knew about the German maps. He knew about the government buyers. He knew that the lost Dutchman's mine was the perfect cover story for something much larger and much more dangerous. In November 1952, Massey wrote a letter to his brother in California. He said he was planning to leave Arizona, that he discovered something in the mountains that could get him killed. He promised to explain everything when he saw him for Christmas. The letter was postmarked November 15th. Charles Massey disappeared on November 18th. His truck was found 3 days later, parked at the base of Weaver's Needle. His mining equipment was still in the back. His wallet was in the glove compartment, cash untouched. But Charles Massey was gone. The search teams found no trace of him. No body, no blood, no signs of struggle. Just another treasure hunter who'd ventured into the superstitions and never came back. The official report listed him as missing, presumed dead. Just another victim of the desert's unforgiving nature. But here's what nobody mentioned in that report. Massey's mining claim was transferred to the Bureau of Land Management exactly 1 week after he disappeared. His personal effects were collected by federal agents, not family members, and the uranium extraction continued without interruption. Ruth Morrison came looking for answers in the spring of 1953. She was Jim Morrison's widow, the miner who'd supposedly fallen down that shaft. She'd been asking questions around Apache Junction, talking to other miners' families, trying to piece together what had really happened to her husband. She'd heard rumors about government contracts, about strategic minerals, about men who'd asked too many questions and ended up dead. Ruth Morrison was smart, methodical. She'd been keeping records, documenting the deaths, mapping out the connections between the missing miners. She was getting close to something. Too close. On May 12th, 1953, she drove up to the superstitions to investigate her husband's mining claim personally. She never came back. June 14th, 1931. Ruth Martinez stepped off the bus in Apache Junction with everything she owned in a canvas bag and a letter in her pocket from someone calling himself Dr. Adolf Ruth. No relation, despite the name, just coincidence. Or so the story goes. Ruth Martinez was 22 years old, born in Phoenix to a Mexican-American family that had been in Arizona since before it was Arizona. She spoke perfect English and perfect Spanish, could read maps better than most surveyors, and had spent summers working for the Territorial Geological Survey. When Dr. Ruth's letter arrived offering her a job as a research assistant for his archaeological expedition in the Superstition Mountains, she jumped at it. The letter was specific, too specific if you ask me. Meet at the old mining office. Bring camping gear for 2 weeks. Knowledge of local indigenous languages preferred, but not required. And here's the part that should have raised questions. Payment in advance. Cash. More money than a girl from Phoenix had ever seen for 2 weeks' work. Dr. Ruth was waiting for her, exactly as described in his letters. Thin, bookish, nervous energy. But when Ruth Martinez walked into that mining office, she noticed things that didn't match the correspondence. His hands were soft, sure, but they were stained. Not ink stains, chemical stains. The kind you get from working with photographic chemicals or certain mining processes. He had maps spread across the table. Hand-drawn maps. Not the kind you find in any survey office or university library. The kind someone draws from memory, from personal experience. Miss Martinez, he said, not looking up from the papers. I trust you understand the confidential nature of our work here. She understood. What she didn't understand was why an archaeological expedition needed this much secrecy, or why Dr. Ruth kept checking the window every few minutes like he expected someone. They left Apache Junction the next morning. Ruth Martinez followed Dr. Ruth into the Superstitions along a trail that wasn't on any of the maps she knew. He moved like someone who'd walked this route before, many times before. For 3 days, they worked. Dr. Ruth had her take measurements, soil samples, photographs of rock formations that looked exactly like every other rock formation in the Superstitions. But he was particular about the angles, specific about the lighting, always positioning her so she stood in very precise locations while she worked. On the 4th day, she asked him directly, Dr. Ruth, what exactly are we looking for? He stopped walking, turned around, looked at her for a long moment. Evidence, he said. Evidence of what happened to people who came here before us. That night, Dr. Ruth showed her the real maps, not the hand-drawn ones from the office. Official survey maps, government maps, with markings that weren't supposed to be there. "Miss Martinez," he said, "what I'm about to tell you must never leave this mountain." He told her about the bodies, not the famous bodies, not the treasure hunters who died looking for gold that didn't exist. The other bodies, the ones found in very specific locations throughout the superstitions over the past 15 years. Always alone, always stripped of identification, always discovered weeks after they'd been reported missing from completely different parts of Arizona. The pattern was simple once you knew what to look for. Someone would hire a local guide, usually someone who spoke Spanish or Apache, usually someone with surveying or geological experience. They'd head into the superstitions together. The guide would disappear. The person who'd hired them would return to town alone, stay a few days, then leave Arizona entirely. Ruth Martinez understood immediately. She wasn't Dr. Ruth's research assistant. She was his guide, and guides who worked in the superstitions had a habit of not coming back. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked. Dr. Ruth folded the maps carefully. "Because you're different from the others. You're educated. You have family who will look for you. People who know where you are. But here's the part that should bother you." Ruth Martinez had told exactly 3 people where she was going. Her sister, her former supervisor at the Geological Survey, and Father Miguel at St. Mary's Church in Phoenix, who'd helped her practice her English when she was younger. Dr. Ruth knew all 3 names, had mentioned them casually in conversation over the past 4 days. Like he'd done his research. Ruth Martinez woke up on the morning of June 19th, 1931, to find Dr. Ruth gone. Not just gone, vanished. Along with both packs, all the surveying equipment, and every scrap of paper they'd been working with. But he'd left something behind. Something that told her everything she needed to know about how this was supposed to end. Her bus ticket back to Phoenix, torn in half, left on her bedroll where she couldn't miss it. The message was clear. You're not leaving. What happened next depends on which version of the story you believe. The official version, filed with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office 6 days later, states that Ruth Martinez never arrived for her scheduled appointment with Dr. Adolph Ruth. That Dr. Ruth waited in Apache Junction for 3 days, then proceeded alone into the Superstitions, where he died of exposure on June 25th. The problem with the official version is that 3 different people saw Ruth Martinez in Apache Junction between June 14th and June 19th. The waitress at Elmer's Diner, the clerk at the general store, a prospector named Jim who was camped near the trailhead. All 3 described the same thing: a young Mexican-American woman traveling with an older man, asking questions about trails and water sources. All 3 said she seemed nervous, alert, like someone who knew she was in danger. When Ruth Martinez's sister reported her missing on June 26th, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office conducted what they called a thorough investigation. 3 deputies, 2 days in the Superstitions. They found Dr. Ruth's body exactly where you'd expect to find it if someone wanted it found quickly. They found no trace of Ruth Martinez. The deputies filed their report on July 1st. Case closed. Dr. Ruth died alone in the desert while searching for archaeological evidence. Ruth Martinez never showed up for the job, probably changed her mind. Happens all the time. Nobody explained why Dr. Ruth's body showed no signs of the chemical stains Ruth Martinez had noticed on his hands. Nobody asked why his glasses were missing, but his wallet was intact. Nobody wondered why a man who'd been walking in circles for 6 days dying of exposure was found with his boots laced perfectly and his clothes barely disturbed. Father Miguel at St. Mary's didn't accept the official version. Ruth Martinez had been like a daughter to him. She wouldn't just disappear without word. She wouldn't abandon her family. And she certainly wouldn't take a job from a stranger without telling him about it first. He made his own inquiries, drove out to Apache Junction, talked to the waitress, the store clerk, the prospector, got the same story from all 3. Ruth Martinez had been there, had been asking the right questions, had seemed frightened. Father Miguel took his findings to the sheriff's office on July 15th. The deputy who met with him was polite but firm. The case was closed. Dr. Ruth died alone. Ruth Martinez was never there. End of discussion. But Father Miguel kept digging. Found something the deputies had missed or chosen not to see. Dr. Adolf Ruth's personal effects, inventoried after his death, included one item that wasn't mentioned in any official report. A silver cross on a thin chain, Mexican craftsmanship, the kind given to young women for their quinceañera. Ruth Martinez had been wearing an identical cross when she left Phoenix. Her sister had noticed it was missing when she identified Ruth's few belongings at the boarding house. Father Miguel brought this to the attention of the sheriff's office on July 20th. The response was immediate and final. Dr. Ruth's personal effects had been returned to his family in Washington, D.C. No inventory was available for review. No further questions would be entertained. The case of Ruth Martinez was officially closed on July 22nd, 1931. Disappeared person presumed to have left the state voluntarily. No foul play suspected. But here's what Father Miguel discovered that nobody wanted him to know. 3 days after Ruth Martinez was reported missing, a young Hispanic woman matching her description purchased a train ticket from Tucson to Los Angeles. Cash payment. No identification required. The ticket agent remembered her because she'd seemed disoriented, kept looking over her shoulder, asked 3 times if the train made any stops in Arizona before reaching California. She boarded the train alone on June 29th. Nobody saw her get off. Draw your own conclusions about what happened to Ruth Martinez in those 10 days between June 19th and June 29th. About who helped her get from the Superstition Mountains to Tucson. About why she was so desperate to leave Arizona that she'd travel without identification or destination. But before you decide whether Ruth Martinez escaped or simply became another casualty of whatever was really happening in those mountains, you need to understand what Father Miguel found when he kept investigating after the official case closed. Because 3 months later, another research assistant disappeared. Then another. All young, all local, all hired by academic types who paid in cash and asked too many questions about local indigenous languages. And that's when this story stops being about individual disappearances and starts being about something much more systematic. February 16th, 1949. Deputy Bill Morrison gets a call that changes everything about the lost Dutchman story. A rancher named Pete Williams found something in Needle Canyon that wasn't supposed to be there. Not gold, not treasure, a body. Williams had been tracking a missing calf when he spotted what looked like clothing caught on a Apollo verd tree. Got closer and realized it wasn't clothing at all. It was what was left of a man who'd been dead for weeks, maybe months. The desert doesn't preserve much, but it preserves enough. Morrison drives out expecting another treasure hunter who got lost, got dehydrated, became another cautionary tale about the superstitions. Instead, he finds something that makes him radio for backup. Then more backup. Then the county coroner. Then people who don't usually get involved in missing person cases in the middle of nowhere. The victim's name was Thomas Hilmer. German immigrant, like Waltz supposedly was. Unlike Waltz, Hilmer's immigration records were real, complete, and recent. He'd arrived in Phoenix 6 months earlier with mining equipment, geological surveys, and enough cash to fund a serious operation. Not some weekend prospector with a metal detector and a dream. Here's what bothered Morrison from the start. Hilmer's camp was set up like someone who knew exactly where he was going. His equipment was arranged in a grid pattern, professional, methodical. His geological hammer was missing, but his expensive transit was left behind. His food supplies were untouched, but his survey notes were gone. You don't rob a dead man and leave behind equipment worth more than most people's cars. You don't take paperwork and leave behind gold testing chemicals. Unless what you're really after isn't gold at all. The autopsy told Morrison everything he needed to know and nothing he wanted to hear. Thomas Hilmer didn't die from exposure, didn't die from a fall, didn't die from any of the usual ways the superstitions killed people who got careless. 2 bullet wounds, small caliber, close range. 1 to the chest, 1 to the head. The chest wound would have been enough, but someone wanted to be sure. That's not random violence. That's not robbery gone wrong. That's execution. Morrison starts asking questions nobody wants to answer. When did Hilmer arrive in Phoenix? Who did he talk to? Where did he get his information about the superstitions? And here's the question that gets him transferred to traffic duty 6 weeks later. Who told Hilmer exactly where to set up his camp? The investigation uncovers a pattern that stretches back years. Hilmer wasn't the first German immigrant to show up in Phoenix with mining equipment and geological expertise. he was just the first one anybody found dead. Klaus Weber, 1946, arrived from Hamburg with chemical analysis equipment. Last seen heading into the superstitions with enough supplies for a month-long survey. Never came back. Family filed missing person reports from Germany that somehow never made it to the right departments. Heinrich Müller, 1947, former Wehrmacht engineer with expertise in underground construction, bought mining claims sight unseen, paid cash for equipment, disappeared into the mountains. His landlord kept his belongings for 6 months, then sold them to pay back rent. Morrison starts connecting dots that form a picture nobody wants to see. These weren't random disappearances. Someone was targeting specific people with specific skills. German immigrants, mining engineers, chemical specialists, people whose absence wouldn't be immediately noticed by American authorities. The pattern gets clearer when Morrison finds the connection. All 3 men had contacted the same Phoenix mining supply company. All 3 had spoken with the same geological consultant. All 3 had been given the same advice about where to search in the superstitions. That consultant's name was James Richardson, former U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, discharged in 1945 after serving in the European theater. Specifically, after serving in Germany during the final months of the war. Richardson disappears the day before Morrison is scheduled to interview him. His office is cleaned out. His landlord says the rent was paid through the end of the year, cash in advance. His neighbors say he left in the middle of the night with 2 suitcases and a trunk that took 3 men to carry. But Richardson made one mistake. He left behind a contact list in his desk drawer. Names, addresses, and phone numbers of mining engineers across the Southwest. 12 names total. 4 were already crossed out in red ink. Hilmer, Weber, Müller, and 1 more Morrison hadn't connected yet. 8 names remained uncrossed. 8 men who had no idea they were on a list. 8 men who thought they were pursuing opportunity in the American West. Morrison sends warnings to every name on that list, tells them to stay away from the superstitions, tells them to contact local law enforcement if anyone approaches them about mining opportunities in Arizona, tells them their lives might depend on it. 3 of them never receive the warnings. Their families report they left for Arizona the week before Morrison's telegrams arrived. 2 more ignore the warnings entirely. One writes back to say he's already in Phoenix and everything seems fine. That's the last anyone hears from any of them. By March, the investigation is no longer Morrison's. Federal agents arrive with jurisdictional authority that extends back to wartime security matters. They're polite but firm. This is now a matter of national security. Local law enforcement assistance is no longer required. The agents spend 2 weeks in the superstitions with equipment Morrison has never seen before. Not metal detectors. Something that looks like radio gear, but more sophisticated. They work in areas where no treasure hunter has ever searched, following coordinates that don't appear on any public survey. When they leave, they take truckloads of material with them. Rock samples, soil samples, and something else Morrison glimpses being loaded under tarps. Metal containers, heavy ones, old ones, with markings that don't look American. The official report lists Thomas Hilmer's death as murder by person or persons unknown. The case remains open pending further investigation. The other missing men are listed as missing persons, presumed dead due to hazardous conditions in desert wilderness areas. Richardson's name never appears in any official documentation. The mining supply company he worked with burns down 3 weeks after the federal investigation concludes. Electrical fire, they say. Total loss. No records recovered. The geological surveys Hilmer and the others were carrying are never found. The specific areas they were investigating are quietly added to restricted access zones managed by the Forest Service. For environmental protection, the notices say, to preserve fragile desert ecosystems. But Morrison keeps thinking about those metal containers the federal agents hauled away. About Richardson's sudden expertise in German geology. About why someone would kill mining engineers instead of just paying them off or scaring them away. You kill people to protect secrets worth more than money. You kill people when exposure means something worse than financial loss. You kill people when what they might find could change how the world sees American operations during the final days of World War II. The treasure hunters still come to the superstitions, still search for Jacob Waltz's gold mine. They don't know they're walking over ground that holds different secrets entirely. They don't know that the real treasure was already removed by men who understood exactly what they were looking for. Nobody talks about the German mining engineers anymore. Their families eventually stopped asking questions. The missing person files got transferred to inactive storage, then to archives, then to boxes in warehouses that nobody visits. But the restricted zones remain. 60 years later, those areas are still off limits, still protected by regulations that cite environmental concerns and archaeological sensitivity, still patrolled by rangers who don't discuss what they're protecting or why. The files the Forest Service didn't want released would eventually tell a different story about what happened in those mountains after the war ended. The Freedom of Information Act request landed on Supervisor Gerald Morrison's desk on a Tuesday morning in March 1978. 3 pages, typed, professional. Someone wanted every document the Forest Service had on file regarding the Superstition Mountains from 1950 to 1975. Morrison had been expecting this for years. The request came from a freelance journalist named Patricia Hayes. She'd been working the Ruth disappearance story for 6 months, following leads that kept circling back to the same uncomfortable question. Why had the Forest Service been so quick to call off search efforts? Why had they sealed off certain areas to civilian searchers? And why, when families of the missing pressed for answers, did federal employees suddenly develop amnesia about basic procedural details? Hayes had done her homework. She knew about the uranium surveys. She knew about the classified geological reports. She knew that something in those mountains had made the federal government very nervous during the height of the Cold War. What she didn't know was how far they'd gone to keep it quiet. Morrison pulled the relevant files that afternoon. 17 boxes. Most of it routine paperwork, trail maintenance, camping permits, incident reports for lost hikers. But buried in the administrative mundane were documents that told a different story entirely. The first red flag was a memo dated September 1952, 3 months after Adolf Ruth's body was found. It wasn't addressed to the usual Forest Service chain of command. Instead, it went to something called the Regional Coordination Office, a bureaucratic entity that, when Hayes later tried to research it, seemed to exist only in these documents. The memo was brief. Recommend immediate reclassification of Sector 7, G through 12C, as restricted access pending completion of geological assessment. Public safety concerns secondary to operational security. Operational security. That phrase kept appearing in the files, always in contexts that had nothing to do with forest management. By October 1952, the Forest Service had quietly established what they called research zones throughout the Superstition Range. These weren't marked on public maps. They weren't announced in local newspapers. But suddenly, certain areas that had been open to prospectors and hikers for decades became off-limits to civilians. The official reason, when pressed, was unstable geological conditions. Rangers would explain to disappointed treasure hunters that recent surveys had revealed dangerous cave systems and unstable mine shafts throughout the area. But the geological surveys told a different story. Morrison found them in Box 12, stamped with clearance levels he'd never seen before. The rocks weren't unstable. They were radioactive, not naturally radioactive. That would have been concerning, but manageable. These readings suggested something else entirely. The levels were consistent with processed uranium ore, concentrated, deliberately placed. Hayes had been right to dig deeper. Someone had been using the Superstition Mountains as a storage facility. During the height of uranium fever, when the government was paying top dollar for raw materials to feed the nuclear program, someone had found a way to stockpile refined ore in one of the most isolated, legally protected areas in Arizona. But the files raised more questions than they answered. Who had access? Who authorized the storage? And why were people who got too close to the wrong areas ending up dead? Morrison kept reading. By 1954, the restricted zones had expanded. What started as a few square miles had grown to encompass nearly a quarter of the mountain range. The paperwork showed a coordinated effort between multiple agencies: Forest Service, Atomic Energy Commission, and several departments whose names were redacted so heavily they were unreadable. The human cost was documented with bureaucratic precision. Between 1952 and 1965, 43 people had been reported missing in areas that were later designated as restricted zones. The files contained incident reports for each disappearance, but they followed an identical pattern. Initial search efforts, suspension due to hazardous conditions, case transferred to appropriate federal authority. No follow-up reports. No resolution. No explanation of which federal authority had taken over. The pattern became clear around Box 15. The missing weren't random hikers who'd gotten lost. They were people who'd been asking questions. Geologists working for private companies. Prospectors who'd been mapping mineral deposits. Researchers studying Native American sites in the area. Anyone who might stumble across evidence of what was really happening in those mountains. Hayes would never see most of these files. Morrison had been instructed to provide reasonable cooperation with the FOIA request, which meant releasing documents that appeared responsive while protecting ongoing operational interests. Translation: give her enough to look helpful, nothing that actually mattered. But Morrison had been keeping his own copies. Photocopies made during lunch breaks, stored in a safety deposit box across town. He'd seen too many colleagues transferred suddenly, too many files that disappeared overnight, too many conversations that ended when he walked into the room. The uranium storage was just the beginning. The deeper he dug, the more he realized the Superstition Mountains had become a testing ground for something much larger. The government hadn't just been storing radioactive materials, they'd been experimenting with them. And when civilians got too close to the truth, they didn't just disappear. They became part of the experiment. Hayes left that day with 17 pages of heavily redacted documents that told her almost nothing she didn't already know. But Morrison had slipped her something else, a business card with only a phone number written on the back. When she called that number 3 days later, Morrison told her about the safety deposit box, about the real files, about what the government had actually been doing in those mountains while families searched for their missing loved ones. What the geologists found that wasn't gold would change everything Hayes thought she knew about the lost Dutchman legend. Because the real treasure hidden in those mountains wasn't precious metal at all. It was evidence of human experimentation that would make the Tuskegee studies look like a practice run. The first thing Dr. Patricia Morrow noticed wasn't what the rock contained. It was what it didn't contain. She'd been sent out there in October 1963 as part of the Geological Survey team, the same survey we talked about earlier, the one that stayed classified for 60 years. Fresh out of graduate school at Arizona State, specializing in mineral composition. Her job was simple: catalog the geological structure of the Western superstitions. Look for copper deposits, maybe some silver veins. Standard mining assessment work. What she found instead changed everything. The mineralogy was all wrong, she wrote in her field notes. Notes that wouldn't see daylight until 2023, when her estate donated them to the university archives. The rock formations suggest significant human disturbance, extensive excavation, but not for precious metals. You have to understand, by 1963, geologists knew exactly what gold-bearing rock looked like. They knew where to find silver veins. They could identify copper deposits from satellite imagery. Patricia Morrow had spent 3 years studying Arizona mineral formations. She knew the territory. What she was looking at didn't match any of it. The excavations were extensive, far more extensive than any treasure hunter operation. We're talking about systematic removal of rock and soil across multiple canyon systems. Industrial-scale earth-moving. But the geological composition of the removed material. No precious metals. No valuable minerals at all. Just ordinary sedimentary rock. And something else. Anomalous chemical signatures, she noted on October 23rd, 1963. Elevated levels of compounds inconsistent with natural geological processes. Requires further analysis. She sent soil samples back to the university lab. The results came back 2 weeks later. Then her supervisor called her into his office and told her to pack up her equipment. The survey was being restructured. Her services were no longer required. But Patricia Morrow wasn't the type to let things go. She'd kept copies of everything. Soil samples, rock specimens, detailed maps of the excavation sites, and most importantly, photographs of what she found in the deepest tunnels. The chemical analysis told a story nobody wanted to hear. Traces of industrial compounds that shouldn't exist in natural rock formations. Residue from processes that had nothing to do with mining gold or silver. And then there were the bone fragments. Not animal bones, human bones, scattered throughout the excavated areas in patterns that suggested they'd been moved multiple times, reburied, disturbed, moved again. The distribution pattern is inconsistent with natural burial, she wrote. Multiple individuals, various states of decomposition. Some specimens appear to have been subjected to chemical processes. She tried to file her report through proper channels. The university geology department told her the samples had been contaminated. The Forest Service said her findings were inconclusive. The local sheriff's office suggested she was overinterpreting limited data. But Patricia Morrow had documented everything. Site coordinates, photographic evidence, chain of custody records for every sample. What bothered her most wasn't what she'd found. It was how quickly everyone wanted her to forget about it. She went back out there on her own time. November 1963 brought better equipment, more sensitive testing instruments. If she was wrong, she wanted to know. If she was right, she needed better documentation. The deeper tunnels told a different story than the surface excavations. Someone had been using these mines as a disposal site, not for mining waste, for something else entirely. The chemical signatures were stronger here, more concentrated, and the bone fragments weren't scattered randomly. They were layered, organized, like someone had been using the same location for the same purpose over a long period of time. The pattern stretched across 12 separate canyon systems, all connected by a network of tunnels that predated any legitimate mining operation. Some of these excavations went back decades, maybe longer. And here's the part that should bother you. Every single site was located on federal land. Land that had been under government jurisdiction since the 1920s. Which means someone in an official capacity knew exactly what was happening out there. Patricia Morrow's final field report, dated November 15th, 1963, was never officially filed. She tried to submit it to the geology department. They told her the project had been canceled. She tried the Forest Service. They said it was outside their jurisdiction. She tried the local authorities. They suggested she was suffering from professional stress. 3 days later, someone broke into her apartment and stole all her research materials, field notes, photographs, soil samples, everything. She filed a police report. The investigating officer noted that nothing else had been taken. Not her jewelry, not her television, not the cash she kept in her desk drawer, just the geological survey materials. The official story was simple. Graduate student gets carried away with her first major project. Sees patterns that aren't there. Makes conclusions that aren't supported by evidence. Happens all the time in academic research. But the unofficial story was different. Patricia Morrow had stumbled across something that connected all those disappearances we talked about earlier. All those treasure hunters who went into the superstitions and never came out. She'd found where they ended up. And more importantly, she'd found evidence that someone had been using those mountains as a dumping ground for a very long time. Someone with access to industrial equipment. Someone with official authority. Someone who knew that a legendary lost gold mine was the perfect cover story for keeping people away from areas they shouldn't be exploring. The geological evidence was clear. The chemical signatures were undeniable. The bone fragments told their own story. What Patricia Morrow found in those mountains wasn't treasure. It was a crime scene. Multiple crime scenes, spanning decades. She left Arizona 2 months later, took a teaching position at a small college in Oregon, never spoke publicly about her findings in the superstitions, never published her research, never returned to mining geology, but she kept copies of everything, hidden in a safety deposit box for 60 years. Her estate donated the materials to Arizona State University in 2023 with instructions that they be made available to researchers. The university geology department reviewed her findings. They confirmed her chemical analysis. They verified her photographic documentation. They validated her conclusions. Then they quietly transferred the materials to a restricted access collection, available only to qualified researchers conducting approved investigations. The same pattern, the same cover-up, 60 years later, because what Patricia Morrow discovered in 1963 explains why the federal government was so interested in making the superstitions a protected wilderness area. It wasn't about preserving the landscape. It was about preserving the secret. February 15th, 1968. That's the day everything changed in the Superstition Mountains. Not because they found gold. Not because another treasure hunter went missing. Because a very quiet man in a very clean suit walked into the Phoenix office of the Bureau of Land Management and asked a very specific question. His name was Robert McNeil, and according to his business card, he worked for something called the Strategic Materials Assessment Division. Nobody at the BLM had ever heard of that division. When they called Washington to check, the person who answered said they'd never heard of Robert McNeil. But McNeil had all the right paperwork: federal authorization, Department of Interior letterhead, a signature that looked legitimate enough, and he wanted to see every geological survey, every mineral rights claim, every land use permit filed for the Superstition Wilderness in the past 20 years. The clerk who helped him later said McNeil seemed particularly interested in one thing: not gold claims, not mining permits, water rights. Specifically, which parcels had access to underground water sources. Now, here's where you need to remember what we learned about those geologists. The ones who found something that wasn't gold. Because 3 months after McNeil's visit, the Forest Service announced they were upgrading the Superstition Mountains from a regular wilderness area to a federally protected wilderness area. The announcement was buried on page 7 of the Arizona Republic. No fanfare, no press conference, just a quiet little notice that effective immediately. All commercial activity in the Superstitions was permanently banned. No mining, no logging, no development of any kind. You might think that makes sense. Protect the environment. Preserve the natural beauty. Except for one small detail they didn't mention in that newspaper notice. The new wilderness designation covered exactly the same area that appeared on those classified geological surveys. Down to the acre. The timing bothered some people. Local mining companies had been filing claims in those hills for decades. Suddenly, overnight, all those claims were worthless. The government would compensate them, of course. Fair market value for undeveloped desert land. Not fair market value for what might be under that desert land. The Goldfield Mining Company had been working a claim near Needle Canyon since 1964. They'd invested $30,000 in equipment, dug test shafts, filed all the proper paperwork. Their geologist estimated they were 6 months away from a significant strike. The government offered them $800 for their claim. When Goldfield's lawyers tried to appeal, they discovered something interesting. The wilderness designation hadn't gone through the normal channels. No environmental impact study. No public comment period. No congressional oversight. It had been classified as a national security matter. National security. That's the phrase that ends conversations in Washington. Ask too many questions about a national security matter, and suddenly your phones start making funny noises. Your mail gets delayed. Your clients find other lawyers. Goldfield's attorney was a man named James Kowalski. He'd handled mining disputes for 15 years. He knew every federal statute, every regulatory loophole, every bureaucratic trick. But when he tried to find out who had requested the national security classification, he hit a wall. Not just bureaucratic stonewalling, an actual wall. The documents were sealed. The authorization came from an office that didn't officially exist. The person who signed the order had no traceable employment record with any federal agency. Kowalski spent 3 months chasing paper trails that led nowhere. Then, in May of 1968, he received a phone call. The voice was polite but firm. The caller suggested that Mr. Kowalski might be happier focusing on other cases. The superstition matter was closed. 2 weeks later, Kowalski's office was burglarized. Nothing valuable was taken, just his files on the wilderness designation. But Kowalski had made copies, and he'd shared those copies with a reporter at the Phoenix Gazette named Margaret Torres. Torres had been following the lost Dutchman story for years, writing the occasional human interest piece about treasure hunters and weekend prospectors. Now, she was looking at something else entirely. The geological surveys that McNeil had requested weren't about mineral deposits. They were hydrological studies, water table measurements, aquifer mapping. Someone wanted to know not what was in the ground, but what was under the ground, And here's the part that should bother you. The Superstition Mountains sit on top of one of the largest underground water sources in Arizona, an aquifer that extends from Phoenix all the way to Tucson. The same aquifer that supplies drinking water to nearly 2 million people. Torres started making phone calls. She contacted hydrologists at Arizona State University, water management officials in Phoenix, engineers who'd worked on the Central Arizona project. She wanted to understand why someone would classify water rights information as a matter of national security. The answers she got were unsettling. During the 1960s, the federal government had been quietly studying the effects of nuclear testing on groundwater, not just at test sites in Nevada. Everywhere. They wanted to know how radioactive material moved through underground water systems, how fast it traveled, how far it could spread. The Atomic Energy Commission had been conducting these studies since 1962. Classified studies that ordinary citizens weren't supposed to know about. Studies that included detailed analysis of the aquifer system beneath the Superstition Mountains. Now, nobody confirmed this, but the story goes that some of those water samples came back with readings that made people very nervous. Not dangerous levels, not yet, but elevated levels of isotopes that shouldn't have been there. The problem wasn't what they found. The problem was where they found it. If contamination could reach the Superstition aquifer from test sites hundreds of miles away, what did that mean for the water supply of every major city in the Southwest? That's the kind of question that keeps government officials awake at night. The kind of question that makes them do things like classify wilderness areas as matters of national security. Because you can't have 2 million people asking why their drinking water tastes funny. You can't have newspaper headlines about radioactive aquifers. You can't have congressional hearings about cover-ups and contamination. But you can make sure nobody goes digging around in those hills anymore. You can buy out the mining claims, seal the records, turn the whole area into protected wilderness where unauthorized access is a federal crime. You can make sure that anyone who gets too curious about what's really under those mountains has the full weight of the federal government explaining why they should find something else to be curious about. Margaret Torres published her story in August of 1968. 3 paragraphs buried on page 12 of the Sunday edition. A brief mention of water studies and wilderness protection. Nothing that would alarm anyone. The following week, the Phoenix Gazette received a call from their largest advertiser. The advertiser suggested they might reconsider their relationship with the newspaper if Tours continued writing stories about federal water management. Tours was reassigned to cover local high school sports. Hold that thought about water contamination, because we're about to see how a story about hidden treasure became a story about hidden truth, and how sometimes the best way to keep a secret is to let everyone think they already know what you're hiding. The real conspiracy wasn't about gold in those mountains. It was about what happens when Hollywood decides to help the government tell a different story entirely. You want to know when the lost Dutchman story really took off, when Hollywood discovered it could make money from a murder cover-up. 1949. Republic Pictures sends a crew into the Superstitions to shoot Lust for Gold. Glenn Ford playing Jacob Waltz. Ida Lupino as the woman who loved him. Standard Western fare, except for one problem. The studio executives knew exactly what they weren't allowed to film. The Forest Service handed Republic Pictures a list. 27 specific locations where cameras were prohibited. No aerial shots of certain ridges. No close-ups of particular rock formations. No filming after dark in designated zones. When a reporter asked why, the official answer was wildlife protection. Wildlife in the middle of the Sonoran Desert. But here's what Republic Pictures got in return for their cooperation. Complete access to the official Lost Dutchman files. The sanitized version. The treasure hunter story. The romantic legend of the prospector and his secret mine. They even got technical advisors. Men who'd worked the superstitions for the government. Men who knew exactly which parts of the real story to leave out. The movie was a hit. Audiences loved the adventure, the romance, the mystery. Nobody asked why a film about Arizona was shot mostly on California soundstages. Nobody wondered why the Superstition Mountain scenes looked nothing like the actual peaks. Radio picked up the story next. Death Valley Days, the Lone Ranger, Tales of the Texas Rangers. Every Western show needed a treasure story, and the Lost Dutchman legend was perfect. Mysterious enough to hold interest, clean enough for family listening. Each retelling moved further from the truth. Jacob Waltz became more heroic. The Apache became more savage. The mine became more golden. The murders became accidents. The cover-up became adventure. By 1955, you had kids across America digging holes in their backyards, looking for lost treasure. Parents buying maps and planning family camping trips to Arizona. Tourism boards printing brochures with smiling families and promises of Western adventure. Nobody mentioned the radiation readings. You know, if you're still listening at this point, you're one of us. Hit subscribe. We uncover a new American mystery every single night. The Hollywood treatment worked so well that other agencies started copying it. Take a real story with uncomfortable elements. Strip out the problematic parts. Add romance, adventure, mystery. Package it as entertainment. Let the entertainment industry do your public relations work. The CIA was taking notes. 1960s brought television, and television brought the rifleman. Bonanza, Gunsmoke. Every Western series eventually did their Lost Dutchman episode. Same basic plot every time. Drifter arrives in town, claims to know the location of the mine. Townsfolk get greedy. Violence ensues. Justice prevails. Treasure remains lost. The formula was so successful that writers started creating similar stories for other regions. Lost Confederate gold. Buried pirate treasure. Missing Spanish silver. Always the same elements. Just enough historical truth to feel authentic. Just enough mystery to stay compelling. Just enough distance from reality to avoid uncomfortable questions. But the superstitions remained the gold standard. Literally and figuratively. Here's what bothers me about the Hollywood treatment. It wasn't just covering up what happened in those mountains. It was actively recruiting new victims. Every movie, every TV show, every radio drama sent the same message. The superstitions are full of treasure. All you need is determination, a good map, and a little luck. The desert is dangerous, sure, but that's what makes the reward so sweet. They turned a killing ground into a tourist destination. The magazines were even worse. True West, Frontier Times, Desert Magazine. Every issue featured another lost Dutchman story, new theories about the mine's location, new interpretations of Waltz's clues, new expeditions planning to succeed where others had failed. The articles were well researched, professionally written, completely convincing. They cited historical documents, interviewed local experts, provided detailed maps and GPS coordinates. Everything you needed to plan your own treasure hunting expedition. Everything except the truth about what you might actually find out there. By the late 1960s, the Forest Service was dealing with a new problem. Too many treasure hunters, weekend adventurers with metal detectors and camping gear, following Hollywood-inspired dreams into areas that were supposed to remain restricted. Some came back with stories of strange discoveries, unusual rock formations, areas where their equipment malfunctioned, zones where the temperature dropped 20 degrees for no apparent reason. Most came back with nothing but sunburn and disappointment. Some didn't come back at all. The disappearances created a feedback loop that Hollywood couldn't resist. Missing treasure hunters became part of the legend. Evidence of the mine's deadly guardians. Proof that something valuable was hidden out there, something worth killing for. Each disappearance generated new movies, new TV episodes, new magazine articles. Each piece of entertainment brought more treasure hunters. More treasure hunters meant more disappearances. More disappearances meant better stories. It was a perfect system, as long as you weren't counting the bodies. The most effective cover-up in American history wasn't a government conspiracy or a corporate scandal. It was a genre of entertainment that convinced people the cover-up was the real story. 3 decades of movies and television had created something unprecedented. A lie so entertaining that people preferred it to the truth. A mystery so compelling that solving it became less important than preserving it. The lost Dutchman's mine had become America's favorite bedtime story. The kind of tale that parents told children, that children grew up believing, that adults passed down as historical fact. Nobody wanted to wake up from that dream. But in 1970, someone found something in those mountains that Hollywood couldn't explain away. Something that made all the movies and TV shows and magazine articles look like exactly what they were carefully crafted distractions from a much darker truth. The pattern nobody wanted to see was about to become impossible to ignore. By 1962, someone had finally connected the dots. Not officially, of course. Never officially. But across 3 different agencies, the Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, and the Arizona Department of Public Safety, clerks and investigators started comparing notes during coffee breaks. The numbers didn't lie. 23 people missing in the Superstition Mountains since 1945. 17 never found. 6 bodies recovered with injuries that didn't match the official cause of death. And all of them, every single one, had been asking questions about the same thing. Not gold, not treasure maps, not Jacob Waltz's mythical mine. They'd been asking about the mining claims that shouldn't have existed. The pattern was simple once you saw it. Person discovers discrepancy in mining records. Person starts asking questions. Person decides to investigate personally. Person disappears. Ruth hadn't been the first, not even close. The earliest case they could document was Thomas Mitchell, a geology professor from the University of Arizona. March 1947. Mitchell had been researching his doctoral thesis on copper deposits in the Superstitions when he noticed something odd in the territorial mining claims from the 1880s. Claims filed for locations that didn't match the geological surveys. Claims signed by officials who'd been dead for 3 years. Mitchell wrote letters to the territorial archives. He requested meetings with the current landowners. He planned a research expedition for April 1947. His car was found at the Peralta trailhead. His body never was. The next was Sarah Henderson, a freelance journalist from Phoenix. June 1948. She'd been investigating claims that the federal government was using public land for undisclosed purposes. Her notes, recovered from her apartment after she disappeared, mentioned systematic fraud in territorial mining documentation and possible cover-up involving federal agencies. Her last known location was the same trailhead where they'd found Mitchell's car. Then came Robert Chen, a Chinese-American prospector who'd grown up in the area. August 1949. Chen knew the mountains better than anyone alive. he could navigate those trails blindfolded. Local Apache still hired him as a guide when they needed to retrieve sacred objects from ancestral sites. Chen started telling people he'd found something that changed everything about what we thought was happening up there. Something that proved the whole treasure story was a lie to keep people looking in the wrong places. They found Chen's body 3 weeks after he disappeared. Officially, he'd fallen into a ravine. Unofficially, the coroner's report noted that the injuries were consistent with a fall. If he'd fallen backwards, uphill, into rocks that weren't there. The coroner was transferred to Tucson 6 months later. His replacement ruled the death accidental. But here's what should bother you. Chen's family kept his personal effects. His compass, his maps, his prospecting tools. Everything except one item he never traveled without. A leather journal where he recorded every significant discovery. That journal was never found. The Apache tried to warn them. Not directly. They'd learned that direct warnings only brought more attention from the wrong people. But in 1951, the tribal council formally requested that the entire superstition wilderness be declared off-limits to recreational mining and treasure hunting. Their stated reason was religious protection of sacred sites. Their real reason was simpler. They were tired of finding bodies. The request was denied. The stated reason was economic impact on tourism. The real reason was that certain people needed those mountains to remain accessible to certain activities that had nothing to do with tourism. You want to know how they knew something was wrong? The Apache had been keeping their own count. Not just missing persons whose disappearances followed a specific pattern. People who'd discovered something. People who'd started asking questions. People who'd gotten too close to understanding what was really happening in those hills. By 1960, the pattern was undeniable to anyone willing to look. But looking required access to files from multiple agencies. Files that were suddenly being reclassified. Files that were mysteriously disappearing during routine archival updates. The Forest Service claimed it was standard procedure. Declutter old records. Digitize important documents. Dispose of redundant paperwork. They disposed of everything related to missing persons in the superstitions between 1945 1960. Standard procedure. The cover-up wasn't sophisticated. It didn't need to be. Who was going to investigate? The local sheriff's department that had ruled every death accidental. The Forest Service that had classified all the relevant documents. The federal agencies that had already decided the whole area was a matter of national security. The beauty of the lost Dutchman legend was that it provided perfect cover for everything that happened afterward. Person disappears in the superstitions. Must have been treasure hunting. Must have gotten lost. Must have underestimated the desert. Nobody asked why treasure hunters kept disappearing in the same specific areas. Nobody asked why the disappearances followed the same pattern. Nobody asked why people kept finding things they weren't supposed to find. The families asked, of course. They demanded investigations. They hired private detectives. They organized search parties. They wrote letters to congressmen and senators and anyone who would listen. They were told their loved ones had died pursuing a foolish dream, chasing fairy tales, ignoring common sense and basic safety precautions. Case closed. File sealed. Next of kin notified. The private detectives learned quickly that certain cases were career-ending. The search parties were politely redirected to areas where nothing would ever be found. The letters to officials received form responses expressing sympathy and explaining jurisdictional limitations. But patterns have a way of asserting themselves, even when powerful people prefer they remain hidden. By 1963, someone was keeping an unofficial tally. Someone was connecting dots that weren't supposed to connect. Someone was asking questions that weren't supposed to be asked. His name was Detective Ray Martinez from the Maricopa County Sheriff's Department. He'd grown up in the area. He knew which stories made sense and which ones didn't. And he'd started to notice that the lost Dutchman's mine had become a very convenient explanation for a very inconvenient number of deaths. Martinez began keeping his own files, copies of reports that were disappearing from official records, interviews with witnesses whose statements had been lost during processing, evidence that somehow never made it to trial. What Martinez discovered was simple. The disappearances weren't random. They weren't accidents. And they weren't the result of treasure hunting gone wrong. They were systematic, targeted, professional. Someone was making people disappear. Someone with resources, connections, and a very specific reason for wanting certain information to stay buried. Martinez spent 18 months building his case, documenting the pattern, identifying the connections, preparing to present evidence that would blow the lost Dutchman legend apart and expose what was really happening in those mountains. On March 15, 1965, Detective Ray Martinez drove to the Superstition Mountains to conduct one final investigation before filing his report. His car was found at the Peralta trailhead. His body never was. The case files he'd been building disappeared from the sheriff's department that same week. Routine archival update, they said. Standard procedure. What happened to the last man who got too close wasn't an accident, wasn't random, and wasn't about gold. It was about something much more valuable than treasure, and much more dangerous than anyone realized. March 15th, 1987. Highway 60, just outside Apache Junction. A state trooper finds Dennis McCarthy's truck on the shoulder. Engine still warm. Driver's door hanging open like he'd stepped out for just a minute. McCarthy was different from the weekend treasure hunters who'd been disappearing in the Superstitions for decades. He wasn't some retiree with a metal detector and a dream. He was a former Army Corps of Engineers surveyor who'd spent 2 years quietly mapping every unmarked trail, every abandoned mine shaft, every place where the official Forest Service maps didn't quite match what he could see with his own eyes. And he'd been asking very specific questions about uranium deposits, the Apache Junction Motor Lodge, room 127. That's where they found McCarthy's research 3 days after he vanished. The maid who discovered it said later she'd never seen anything like it. Maps covering every surface, photographs tacked to the walls, pages and pages of handwritten notes about geological surveys, mining claims, and something he kept calling the pattern. You remember the pattern, the one nobody wanted to see. Well, McCarthy had seen it, and he documented it. Every disappearance, every death, every time someone got close to understanding what was really happening in those mountains. He'd connected dots that were never supposed to be connected. His final entry dated March 14th, the day before he disappeared. They know I know. Meeting contact tomorrow at Weaver's Needle. If something happens to me, look for the blue Ford. The blue Ford. That's the detail that should have broken the whole thing open. Because 3 witnesses saw it that morning, parked at the Peralta trailhead. 2 men in suits, which was unusual enough in itself. Nobody hikes the superstitions in a business suit, not unless hiking isn't what they're there to do. Margaret Hendricks was leading a nature photography group that morning. She remembered the car because it seemed so out of place. Government plates, she said later, though when the sheriff's department asked her to repeat that statement for the record, she suddenly wasn't so sure what she'd seen. The other witnesses, a retired couple from Minnesota. They remembered the men, remembered the Ford, remembered thinking it was odd to see federal agents at a hiking trail at 7 in the morning. But when investigators tried to follow up, the couple had already checked out of their hotel and driven back to Minneapolis. No forwarding address, no phone number, like they'd never existed at all. Sheriff's Report 87342, filed March 18th, 1987. Subject: Dennis McCarthy reported missing by employer after failure to report for scheduled survey work. Vehicle located abandoned on State Route 60. No signs of foul play. Preliminary investigation suggests voluntary disappearance. Voluntary disappearance. That's what they called it when McCarthy vanished. Same classification they'd used for Ruth for the others. A convenient way to close a case without actually solving it. Because if someone disappears voluntarily, you don't have to explain why their research materials were confiscated as potential evidence and then lost in a filing error. You don't have to explain why the FBI suddenly took jurisdiction over what should have been a local missing person case. You don't have to explain why federal agents interviewed every witness within 48 hours and somehow convinced them all that what they'd seen wasn't worth talking about. Tommy Collenborn ran the local museum. He'd known McCarthy, had helped him research some of the older mining claims. 2 days after McCarthy disappeared, Collenborn got a visit from those federal agents. Very polite they were, very professional. They asked about McCarthy's research, about what he might have been looking for, about who else he might have shared his findings with. Collenborn told them the truth. McCarthy had been investigating uranium mining in the superstitions, had been trying to understand why so many people disappeared near the same geographical locations, had been building a case that the lost Dutchman legend was being used to cover something much more systematic than random accidents. The agents thanked Collenborn for his cooperation. They left their cards. They suggested he might want to be careful about spreading unsubstantiated theories. People might get the wrong idea. People might think he was some kind of conspiracy theorist. Within a week, Collenborn had removed all of McCarthy's research from the museum archives. He told people it was just temporary, just while the investigation was ongoing. But temporary became permanent, and the materials never went back on display. When visitors asked about McCarthy, about the research he'd been doing, Collenborn would change the subject, started talking about the traditional treasure hunting stories instead. The safer stories, the ones that didn't involve uranium or federal agents or patterns that somebody very powerful didn't want anyone to see. Here's what bothers you about the whole thing. McCarthy wasn't the first researcher to disappear, but he was the first one who'd gotten close to proving that the disappearances weren't random, that there was a system to it, a purpose. The evidence McCarthy had collected, gone. The maps he'd annotated, confiscated. The photographs he'd taken of unmarked mining operations, lost in that convenient filing error. 3 years of methodical investigation vanished as completely as McCarthy himself. But here's the thing about patterns. Once you learn to see them, you can't unsee them. And other people had been paying attention. People who knew what questions McCarthy had been asking. People who understood what his research meant. The problem with making people disappear is that it only works if nobody notices the pattern. And by 1987, people were starting to notice. Sarah Blackburn was a freelance journalist from Phoenix. She'd been following the lost Dutchman story for a Sunday magazine feature when she heard about McCarthy's disappearance. Started asking questions. Started making connections. Why did the disappearances cluster around specific locations? Why were federal agencies involved in what should have been local cases? Why did witnesses keep changing their stories after talking to investigators? Blackburn was good at her job. She understood how to build a case from public records, how to piece together a story from fragments. She'd covered government corruption before. She knew what a cover-up looked like. July 1987. Blackburn had been working the story for 4 months, had interviewed dozens of witnesses, had requested hundreds of documents through Freedom of Information Act filings, had built a timeline that connected McCarthy's disappearance to a much larger pattern of federal activity in the superstitions. She was 3 weeks away from publication when her editor killed the story. Budget cuts, he said. Reader interest wasn't there. Maybe she should focus on something more local, more immediate. Blackburn knew better. She'd seen the phone logs. She knew who'd been calling her editor. She understood that some stories were too dangerous to tell, even when you had the evidence to prove them. August 1987. Sarah Blackburn left Phoenix, took a job with a small paper in Oregon, covering city council meetings and high school football games. Safe stories, stories that wouldn't make powerful people nervous. She never wrote about the lost Dutchman again, never talked about McCarthy's research, never mentioned what she discovered about uranium mining in the superstitions. Some fights she'd learned you can't win. Some truths are too expensive to tell, but she kept the files. Boxes of documents, photographs, interviews. Stored them in a climate-controlled unit in Portland. Paid the rent every month for 36 years. Just in case someday the world was ready to hear what she'd uncovered. Those boxes sat untouched until 2023, when Blackburn's estate donated them to the Arizona Historical Society. That's when researchers finally got to see what she'd compiled, what McCarthy had discovered, what the federal agents had been so desperate to hide. The documents that surfaced told a story nobody was prepared for, not just about uranium mining, not just about cover-ups, but about how far the government was willing to go to protect secrets that should never have been secrets in the first place. How many people had to disappear before someone in Washington decided the operation had gotten too messy, too visible, too dangerous to continue? The box arrived at the Arizona State Library on a Tuesday morning in March 1987. No return address. No explanation. Just 37 pounds of government documents that somebody decided the public needed to see. The librarian who signed for it, Martha Hendricks, been there 23 years, later said she almost threw it away. Random boxes of papers showed up all the time, usually local family histories or defunct business records. Nothing that required the kind of security clearance these files were marked with. But here's what made her pause. Every single document was photocopied, not originals. Someone had gone through the trouble of copying classified materials, organizing them chronologically, and mailing them to a public library. That takes planning. That takes purpose. The first folder contained geological surveys from 1952 through 1968, not the sanitized versions that had been released through Freedom of Information Act requests. The real ones, complete with radiation readings, soil contamination levels, and something called human exposure estimates. You remember what they were actually mining up there. This wasn't about uranium ore concentrations or mineral rights. These documents laid out exactly how much radioactive material had been processed in the Superstition Mountains, how much had been buried, how much was still there. The numbers were higher than anyone had admitted publicly. A lot higher. But the geological surveys were just the beginning. The second folder contained correspondence between the Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, and something called the Southwestern Regional Containment Office. An office that, according to these letters, had been monitoring groundwater contamination since 1954. 33 years of monitoring. 33 years of quarterly reports documenting how radioactive runoff was moving through underground streams, how it was showing up in wells 40 miles away from the supposed mining sites. And here's the part that should bother you. Every single report recommended immediate action: soil remediation, water treatment, population relocation for the worst affected areas. Every recommendation was marked deferred in red ink. The third folder was personal correspondence. Letters between government officials discussing what they called the lost Dutchman situation. Not the mine, not the treasure hunters. The situation. One letter, dated August 1973, discussed maintaining current narrative integrity regarding civilian deaths in the region. Another, from 1976, outlined strategies for redirecting public interest toward folkloric rather than environmental concerns. They weren't just covering up radiation contamination. They were actively promoting the treasure hunting mythology to keep people from asking the right questions. Every documentary, every book, every tourist brochure about Jacob Waltz and his gold mine served a purpose, kept attention focused on a non-existent treasure instead of very real poison. The fourth folder contained medical records, not individual files. Those would have been protected by privacy laws. These were statistical compilations. Cancer rates in communities downwind from the superstitions. Birth defects in families who had lived in the area for more than 5 years. Respiratory illness patterns that tracked perfectly with seasonal wind directions. The data went back to 1959, 18 years of documenting how people were getting sick and dying from radiation exposure, all filed under Environmental Health Monitoring, Southwestern Arizona region. Nobody had ever seen these numbers before 1987. The communities affected had been told their health problems were just bad luck, genetic predisposition, lifestyle factors, anything except the obvious explanation that was sitting in government files the entire time. But here's where the 1987 document dump gets really interesting. Mixed in with the official reports and correspondence were handwritten notes, personal observations from people who had worked on what the files called Project Superstition. One note, written on Forest Service letterhead, described finding additional human remains during a 1971 cleanup operation. Not the treasure hunters everyone knew about. Different remains. Older. The note mentioned evidence of acute radiation exposure and burial in accordance with hazmat protocols. Another handwritten memo discussed relocating problematic families from the area. Families who had started asking too many questions about why their children were getting sick. The memo outlined financial incentives for voluntary relocation and alternative approaches for families who refused to leave. The documents also revealed something else. The government knew exactly where Jacob Waltz had lived and worked. They had his real employment records, his immigration documents, even photographs of his actual work site. None of it had anything to do with gold mining. Waltz had been a contract laborer for early atomic weapons testing His job was processing uranium ore in remote locations where accidents wouldn't attract attention. The mine everyone spent decades searching for was actually a radioactive waste disposal site that Waltz had helped establish in the 1880s, decades before anyone understood the health implications. The folklore about Waltz hiding gold was a story that developed naturally over time. The government just decided it was more convenient than the truth. By the time Martha Hendricks finished cataloging the documents, word had gotten out. Local reporters started calling. Environmental groups demanded access. Lawyers representing affected families began making inquiries. The response was swift and coordinated. Within 2 weeks, federal officials arrived with court orders sealing the documents under national security provisions. The papers were removed from public access and classified retroactively. Martha Hendricks was instructed to deny that the delivery had ever occurred. But photocopies have a way of multiplying, especially when people realize they contain evidence of decades of deliberate poisoning. The families who had been relocated in the 1970s started coming forward. They had kept their medical records. They had kept their children's death certificates. They had kept copies of the strange settlement agreements they had signed in exchange for leaving their homes. Pattern recognition is a powerful thing. Once you know what to look for, you see it everywhere. The government's response was predictable. Official denials, claims that the documents were fabricated, suggestions that environmental activists were manufacturing evidence to support frivolous lawsuits. But the radiation signatures were real. The medical records were real. The death patterns were documented by the state health department's own statistics. And the contamination was still there, still spreading through groundwater systems that fed wells across 3 counties. Here's what the 1987 documents made clear. The lost Dutchman mine was never about gold. It was about creating a story, compelling enough to keep people from looking too closely at why so many treasure hunters were getting sick and dying in those mountains. The real treasure was time. Every year that people spent searching for non-existent gold was another year. The government didn't have to explain radioactive contamination, illegal disposal practices, and decades of cover-ups. But once you understand that the mine location never mattered, that it was always a distraction from something much worse, everything else starts making sense. By 1991, something strange was happening in the Superstition Mountains. For the first time in over a century, people stopped disappearing. Not because the danger was gone, not because the terrain got safer. The wilderness designation had gone into effect 2 years earlier, and with it came federal oversight, mandatory permits, and something the area had never seen before: accountability. You want to know the real reason they made it a wilderness area? It wasn't to protect the desert tortoise. It wasn't about preserving fragile ecosystems. They needed a way to control access without admitting why access needed controlling. The Forest Service files from that period read like damage control. Internal memos discussing visitor management strategies and incident reduction protocols. Nobody used the word cover-up, but that's what you're reading. A bureaucratic scramble to contain something that had been bleeding into public view for decades. Here's what the wilderness designation actually accomplished. It moved the problem. Suddenly, anyone wanting to search the mountains needed permits, background checks, and approved access routes. The random weekend treasure hunters who'd been stumbling into restricted areas, gone. The amateur prospectors following old mining claims, rerouted. But the designation came with an unintended consequence. Federal oversight meant federal record keeping. And federal records, unlike local sheriff's reports, eventually become public information. That's how researchers in the late 1990s started piecing together the real scope of what had happened in those mountains. Not from newspaper accounts or family stories, but from bureaucratic paperwork that nobody thought anyone would ever read. The pattern became obvious once someone bothered to look. From 1945 to 1987, the year the documents surfaced, an average of 3.2 people per year vanished in the superstitions. After the wilderness designation, that number dropped to 0. Not because the mountains became safer, because access became controlled. Now, you might think this proves the government was protecting people from some kind of natural hazard. Unstable mine shafts, perhaps. Dangerous wildlife. Flash flood zones. But here's what should bother you about that theory. The restricted zones didn't match the hazard maps. The areas with the highest concentration of abandoned mines, fully accessible. The zones with documented flash flood history, open to hikers. The regions where people had actually disappeared. Those became the core wilderness area, requiring special permits that were rarely approved. Draw your own conclusions about what they were really protecting. The tourism industry adapted quickly. Too quickly, if you ask me. By 1993, the lost Dutchman State Park had shifted its entire marketing strategy. Instead of promoting treasure hunting, they started selling desert ecology tour and Apache cultural experiences. The gift shop still sold maps to the legendary mine, but now they came with disclaimers. For entertainment purposes only, not intended for actual use. Please respect wilderness boundaries. That's when the lost Dutchman's mine completed its transformation from local legend to managed commodity. The story was still there, but it had been sanitized, packaged, made safe for families. The real searchers, the ones who'd spent decades combing those mountains, found themselves locked out of their own obsession. Men like Chuck Crawford, who'd been following leads in the superstitions since the 1960s, suddenly needed government permission to continue their work. Most of them gave up. A few tried to work within the permit system, submitting detailed research proposals that disappeared into bureaucratic limbo. Their applications were acknowledged, filed, and forgotten. But a handful refused to quit. They just changed their methods. The permit system created something nobody had anticipated: a community of outlaw researchers. People who knew the mountains well enough to avoid the official trails, who understood the patrol schedules, who could disappear into the desert for days without being detected. These weren't treasure hunters anymore. They were investigators. And what they found in those restricted areas during those unauthorized visits started making its way onto early internet forums by the mid-1990s. That's when the story took another turn. The internet did something the government hadn't planned for. It connected the dots across state lines. Suddenly, people researching disappearances in Arizona were talking to people investigating similar patterns in Nevada, Utah, Colorado. The lost Dutchman's mine wasn't unique. It was part of something larger, Forums with names like Missing in the West and federal cover-ups started cataloging incidents, not just individual disappearances, but patterns of access restriction, zones that became off-limits without explanation, areas where local law enforcement stopped investigating. The picture that emerged wasn't pretty. By 1998, amateur researchers had identified 17 sites across 7 western states where the lost Dutchman pattern repeated. Local legends about treasure or mystery, followed by decades of disappearances, followed by federal acquisition and access restriction. The Superstition Mountains weren't an anomaly. They were a prototype. But here's where the story gets complicated in ways nobody expected. The internet community that had formed around these investigations started receiving visitors, not trolls or debunkers, but people with credentials, government credentials. At first, the visits seemed friendly. Researchers would receive emails from people claiming to work for various federal agencies, offering additional information, asking detailed questions about methodology and sources. Then the forum moderators started noticing posting patterns that didn't feel organic. New accounts that seemed to know too much about classified information. Comments that subtly redirected conversations away from certain topics. Technical discussions that got derailed by sudden influxes of users asking basic questions. The online investigation community was being managed, monitored, possibly infiltrated. Most of the serious researchers went underground after that. Private email lists, encrypted communications, face-to-face meetings in locations that couldn't be monitored. But the damage was done. The internet had connected the lost Dutchman's mine to a larger pattern of federal deception, and that connection couldn't be severed. The wilderness designation had solved the immediate problem of controlling access to the Superstition Mountains. But it had created a bigger problem: credibility. When the government tells you that a place is too dangerous for public access, but then allows mining companies to operate in adjacent areas, people start asking questions. When treasure hunting gets banned for safety reasons, but Hollywood gets permits to film action sequences in the same locations, the contradictions become obvious. When local law enforcement stops investigating disappearances, the the moment federal agencies get involved, even the most trusting citizens begin to wonder what they're not being told. The lost Dutchman's mine had become something nobody intended, a symbol of federal overreach and institutional deception. And that symbolism was about to become a much bigger problem than anything hidden in those mountains. Because by 1999, the story had evolved beyond treasure hunting, beyond local legend, beyond even government cover-up. It had become a recruitment tool for people who believed the federal government was actively hostile to American citizens. The cover story they'd created to hide the original crimes was about to generate crimes of its own. By 1965, something strange had happened to the lost Dutchman story. The cover-up had worked so well that it had become the truth. Not just for tourists driving out from Phoenix with their metal detectors and camping gear. For everyone, including the people who'd helped create the lie in the first place. The Forest Service officials who'd spent the 1950s redirecting searchers away from the real sites. They started believing their own misdirection. Rangers who'd been told to push the treasure angle found themselves genuinely invested in helping weekend prospectors find Jacob Waltz's non-existent mine. The story had grown so far beyond its original purpose that it had developed a life of its own. You want to know how complete this transformation was? By 1968, the Arizona Department of Tourism was printing official Lost Dutchman brochures. Full-color pamphlets with detailed maps showing likely locations for the mine. The same government that had classified the real geological surveys was now actively promoting the fictional version of events. The irony should bother you. The cover story, designed to hide industrial accidents and environmental damage, had become Arizona's most successful tourist attraction. Hotels in Apache Junction started offering Dutchman's Mine weekend packages. Local outfitters specialized in treasure hunting expeditions. The Superstition Mountains, which had been a containment zone for dangerous mining operations, were now marketed as a family-friendly adventure destination. Nobody asked why the state was so enthusiastic about promoting a story that, if true, would involve federal crimes and multiple murders. Nobody wondered why the Forest Service, normally protective of wilderness areas, seemed perfectly happy to have thousands of amateur prospectors tramping through sensitive terrain every year. The narrative had become self-sustaining. Here's what really happened to the institutional memory. The men who'd made the original decisions, the mining executives, the federal officials, the local politicians, they retired. Some died. Their replacements inherited a situation they didn't fully understand. They knew there was something sensitive about the superstitions, but the specifics had been lost in bureaucratic transitions and classified filing systems. What they kept was the operational procedure. Discourage serious investigation, promote the treasure story, redirect attention away from certain areas. But the why behind these procedures got buried in personnel changes and administrative restructuring. By the mid-1970s, you had Forest Service employees faithfully maintaining policies they couldn't fully explain to themselves. The cover story had become bureaucratic doctrine, standard operating procedure. This is how we handle the lost Dutchman situation. This is what we tell researchers. This is how we respond to freedom of information requests. The original crime had been forgotten, but the machinery designed to hide it kept running. And here's the part that should really concern you. It worked better than anyone had imagined. The treasure hunters weren't just looking in the wrong places. They were looking for the wrong thing entirely. Every year, dozens of serious researchers spent months in the superstitions searching for gold veins and Spanish mines. None of them were investigating industrial accidents or environmental contamination. The misdirection was total. The few people who stumbled onto pieces of the real story found themselves fighting against 60 years of accumulated mythology. Try explaining to a treasure hunter that the mine they're searching for was actually a uranium processing site. Try convincing a local historian that the Apache warnings weren't about cursed gold, but about contaminated groundwater. Try getting anyone to believe that Jacob Waltz was a cover identity for industrial operations that went wrong. You're not just arguing against folklore at that point. You're arguing against an entire economic ecosystem. Apache Junction's economy depended on lost Dutchman tourism. Local businesses, tour guides, equipment suppliers, they all had financial stakes in maintaining the treasure story. The truth wasn't just buried, it was economically inconvenient. By the 1980s, something else had happened. The people who might have connected the dots were gone. The miners who'd worked the legitimate claims in the area had retired or died. The Apache tribal members who remembered the real warnings had mostly stopped talking to outsiders. The government officials who'd overseen the original cleanup had moved on to other assignments. The institutional knowledge had been systematically erased through natural attrition and deliberate compartmentalization. What remained was a perfect closed loop. Researchers studying the lost Dutchman story found thousands of documents supporting the treasure narrative. Newspaper articles, government reports, tourist brochures, academic papers, all confirming that Jacob Waltz was a prospector who found a rich gold mine somewhere in the superstitions. The evidence was overwhelming. It was also almost entirely fabricated, but nobody living remembered that part. The cover story had achieved something remarkable. It had rewritten history so thoroughly that the rewrite became history. The false narrative wasn't competing with the truth anymore. It had replaced the truth so completely that the truth looked like conspiracy theory. This is how cover-ups succeed in the long term. Not through active suppression that draws attention. Through passive replacement. You don't destroy the evidence, you bury it under mountains of more appealing evidence pointing in another direction. You don't silence witnesses, you give them a better story to tell. You don't classify documents, you declassify fake ones. The lost Dutchman story became bigger than the crime it was designed to hide because it served everyone's interests. Tourists got adventure. Local businesses got customers. Government agencies got a manageable narrative that didn't involve lawsuits or environmental cleanups. Researchers got a mystery with enough documentation to support academic careers. Everyone won except the people who'd been poisoned by whatever was really happening in those mountains. And here's what nobody talks about. The cover story is still working. Right now, today, there are people planning expeditions to find Jacob Waltz's mine. There are websites analyzing clue stones and deathbed confessions. There are books being written about the curse of the superstitions. The the machinery of misdirection is still running, 70 years after it started, maintained by people who have no idea they're maintaining it. The real question isn't whether the lost Dutchman's mine exists. The real question is what they're still protecting out there in those mountains, because something is. The restricted areas haven't shrunk. The Forest Service still discourages certain kinds of research, and people still disappear in places where people shouldn't disappear anymore. The cover story succeeded so completely that it became the only story. But cover stories exist for a reason, and that reason doesn't go away just because everyone forgot what it was. What they're still protecting out, there might surprise you more than what they've already hidden. The Superstition Mountains are still closed. Not all of them, of course. The hiking trails remain open. The tourist areas welcome visitors. But there are sections, specific coordinates, where you're not supposed to go. They call them sensitive archaeological sites now. Environmental protection zones, endangered species habitat. The language changes every few years, but the boundaries stay the same. The same ridgelines that were off-limits in 1987 are off-limits today. You'd think someone would ask why a wilderness area needs regular helicopter patrols. Why motion sensors were installed on hiking trails that supposedly see no maintenance. Why certain GPS coordinates return error messages when you try to map them. But here's where it gets interesting. The restrictions aren't random. They follow a pattern. Every location where someone disappeared between 1950 and 1987 is now inside a protected boundary. Every site where unusual geological samples were collected is now forbidden to civilian access. The official story is mine safety. Abandoned shafts, unstable ground, cave-in risks, reasonable concerns if you ignore the fact that these same areas were considered safe enough for geological surveys in the 1980s, safe enough for search and rescue operations, safe enough for federal investigators to spend months combing through them. Something changed. Not the geology, not the mine shafts. What changed was what they found. The land transfers tell part of the story. Between 1990 and 2010, the federal government quietly acquired mineral rights to over 40,000 acres of private land surrounding the superstitions, not through eminent domain, through private sales, cash transactions, no public hearings, no environmental impact studies, just checks written and deeds transferred. The sellers, most of them were families who'd owned mining claims for generations. Families who'd been getting visits from men in suits. Men who made offers that couldn't be refused. Tom Collenborn sold his family's mining operation in 1992. 5 generations of Collenbornans had worked those claims. Tom had been leading search parties into the superstitions since he was 16. He knew every canyon, every ridge, every mine shaft in those mountains. After the sale, he stopped talking about the lost Dutchman entirely. Stopped leading tour. Stopped giving interviews to treasure hunters. When pressed, he'd only say that some stories were better left buried. The Collenborn family wasn't alone. By 2000, every major property owner in the area had sold to the federal government. The Barkley Ranch, the quarters Circle U, the old Peralta holdings that had somehow survived in private hands for over a century. All of it transferred to federal control within a 20-year window. The purchase prices were generous, extremely generous, well above market value for desert land with no water rights and questionable mineral prospects. You know, if you're still listening at this point, you're one of us. Hit subscribe. We uncover a new American mystery every single night. The new infrastructure told its own story. A state-of-the-art visitor center built in 2006. Digital monitoring systems installed throughout the wilderness area. Satellite communication arrays that seemed excessive for a hiking destination. The official budget was $8 million. For comparison, Yellowstone's visitor center cost $3 million. The Grand Canyon's South Rim facilities cost $5 million. Why did the superstitions need more infrastructure than America's most visited national parks? The monitoring isn't casual. Motion sensors track every large animal movement. Seismic equipment detects any ground disturbance larger than a shovel. Thermal imaging cameras sweep the restricted zones every 12 hours. This isn't park management. This is surveillance. The patrols happen at night. Not park rangers. Not local law enforcement. Teams that arrive in unmarked vehicles and carry equipment that looks more military than environmental. They're not checking on wildlife. They're not maintaining trails. They're making sure nothing comes out of the ground. In 2011, Congressman Paul Gosar requested a briefing on federal spending in the Superstition Wilderness area. The request was denied on national security grounds. National security for a hiking area in Arizona. The denial letter referenced ongoing operations of national importance and classified environmental monitoring protocols. Environmental monitoring that requires national security classification. The files remain sealed, not for decades, indefinitely. The classification level was upgraded in 2015 from confidential to secret. The review date was pushed back from 2025 to 2055. What requires a 30-year extension on a secret classification? What did they find out there that needs to stay buried until everyone who might remember is dead? But here's the part that should bother you. While civilian access to the superstitions remains restricted, commercial mining operations have quietly expanded throughout the region. New permits, new extraction sites, new companies with names that don't appear in any business directories. The gold they're pulling out isn't going to jewelry stores. It's not showing up on commodity exchanges. It's being shipped directly to federal facilities under armed escort. They're still mining something out there, something that requires the kind of security usually reserved for nuclear materials. The lost Dutchman's mine was never the real story. It was just the cover story. And 60 years later, they're still protecting what Jacob Waltz really found in those mountains. Tomorrow night, we'll talk to the people who know what's really happening out there. The ones who signed agreements they can't break. The ones who have been keeping this secret for decades. The ones who are finally ready to talk. You know what's interesting about government employees? They have this particular way of not answering questions. It's not lying exactly. It's more like verbal architecture, building sentences that sound like answers, but contain no actual information. Take the Forest Service supervisor who handled media requests about the Superstition Wilderness from 1975 to 1995. 20 years of fielding calls from treasure hunters, documentary crews, and families of missing persons. 20 years of saying the same thing. The Forest Service cannot comment on ongoing investigations, even when there weren't any ongoing investigations. But here's the part that should bother you. After he retired, this same supervisor moved to a small town in Montana, started talking to locals about his time in Arizona. Nothing specific, mind you, just comments about things you see in government work that stick with you, about files that weren't meant for public consumption, about meetings where certain people made it clear what could and couldn't be discussed. The Apache elders who remember the old stories, they have their own version of careful silence, different from the government employees, more purposeful. When you ask them about the Superstition Mountains, they'll tell you about the sacred sites, about why certain areas should be left alone, about the importance of respecting boundaries. What they won't tell you is why 3 different tribal councils wrote formal letters to the Interior Department between 1978 and 1985. Letters that were never made public. Letters that, according to someone who saw them, contained specific geographic coordinates and the phrase, ongoing cultural concerns. You want to know what ongoing cultural concerns means in federal bureaucracy. It means something happened there that the tribes consider unresolved. Something that requires continued attention. Something that hasn't been properly addressed. The mining companies that held claims in the area before it became wilderness. They had their own reasons for staying quiet. Not about gold, obviously. We know what they were really extracting, but about the logistics of that extraction, about the transportation routes, about where the processed materials went. There's a retired shift supervisor from one of these operations who lives in Phoenix now. Spends his time at a particular bar on Thursday nights. Has a few drinks, starts talking about the old days, about convoys that ran at night with no paperwork, about shipping manifests that got filed in a separate system, about how certain loads required special handling protocols. He'll tell you these stories, but he won't tell you which company he worked for, won't give you specific dates, won't name names, because even 30 years later, even after the sites were shut down and sealed, even after the wilderness designation made it all officially ancient history, some conversations can still end careers. the families of people who disappeared out there. They've formed their own quiet network over the years. They don't call it a support group. They don't advertise meetings, but they find each other, share information, compare notes about what the authorities told them versus what they learned on their own. These families know things about search patterns that avoided certain areas, about evidence that was collected but never processed, about witnesses who were interviewed once and then discouraged from talking further. They've mapped the inconsistencies in official reports. They've documented the patterns in how cases were handled. But they've also learned to be careful about what they share publicly, because some of them have been contacted by people claiming to represent interested parties. People who suggested that continuing to ask questions might not be in their best interest. People who knew details about their personal lives that weren't matters of public record. The federal employees who processed the wilderness designation paperwork. That's another layer of enforced silence. Environmental impact assessments that were classified. Geological surveys that were filed under restricted access. Cultural resource evaluations that contained redacted sections. One of the bureaucrats involved in this process retired in 1992 and moved to Oregon. Started writing a memoir about her 30-year career in federal land management. Got 3 chapters in before she received a visit from 2 men who identified themselves as representing the legal department of her former agency. They reminded her about certain confidentiality agreements she'd signed, about ongoing legal considerations related to her previous work, about the importance of protecting sensitive information, even in retirement. Her memoir was never published. The manuscript disappeared from her computer. She stopped talking about her career entirely. The current generation of Forest Service personnel, they know just enough to know they don't want to know more. They've been briefed on which areas require additional caution when conducting routine patrols. They've been given specific protocols for handling unusual discoveries in certain grid sections. They've been told which types of incidents require immediate notification of federal authorities rather than local law enforcement. But they haven't been told why these protocols exist. They follow procedures without understanding the history behind them. They file reports that disappear into databases. They don't have access to. They maintain boundaries without knowing what those boundaries are really protecting. The journalists who have tried to dig deeper into this story, they've run into walls that most people never see. Sources who agree to meet and then don't show up. Documents that were promised but never delivered. Interviews that get canceled at the last minute with vague explanations about scheduling conflicts. One investigative reporter spent 2 years researching the connection between the treasure hunt legend and the government's actual activities in the area. Got close enough to the truth that people started paying attention to his work, started returning his calls, started offering him access to information that had never been made public. Then his editor got a call from the paper's legal department. Something about potential liability issues. Something about the need to be careful when reporting on matters that might involve national security considerations. The story was killed. The reporter was reassigned to cover local politics. He doesn't talk about the superstition mountains anymore. But here's what's really perfect about the whole situation. The cover story has become so successful, so self-sustaining, that it doesn't need active management anymore. The lost Dutchman legend generates enough noise, enough confusion, enough misdirection that the truth stays buried under layers of treasure hunting fantasy. Every documentary about the lost gold mine, every book about Jacob Waltz and his secret, every guided tour that promises to show you where the treasure might be hidden, every reality TV show that sends celebrities into the desert with metal detectors. All of it serves the same function, keeping people focused on a story that never happened while ignoring the story that did. The people who know the truth understand this. They've watched the legend grow stronger while the facts fade into obscurity. They've seen how effective accidental misdirection can be, how much easier it is to let people believe a comfortable lie than to confront an uncomfortable reality. And they've realized something that should disturb you. The best way to hide a secret isn't to deny it exists. It's to replace it with a more interesting secret that doesn't matter. Give people a mystery they can solve safely, and they'll never look for the mystery that could actually hurt someone. The people who know can't talk, but they also don't need to, because the system they helped create has taken on a life of its own. The legend protects the truth better than any classification stamp or non-disclosure agreement ever could. And that brings us to the final question. If the cover story works so well, if the misdirection is so complete, if the truth is so thoroughly buried under layers of comfortable fiction, why do they still feel the need to keep the legend alive? Every year, about 300,000 people visit the Superstition Mountains. They come for the legend. They buy the maps, hire the guides, spend money on metal detectors and camping gear. The gift shops in Apache Junction do a steady business selling books about Jacob Waltz and his famous mine. The Arizona Tourism Board loves the lost Dutchman story. It's clean, family-friendly, a treasure hunt with just enough danger to feel exciting, but not enough truth to make anyone uncomfortable. But here's what you need to understand about why they keep this legend alive. It's not about the money, though that helps. It's not about protecting some grand conspiracy, though that's part of it. It's about something much simpler and much more human. Sometimes the cover story becomes more important than the crime it was meant to hide. In 1952, a writer named Barry Storm published a book called Thunder God's Gold. It was supposedly the definitive account of the lost Dutchman mine, complete with maps and testimonials from people who claimed to have known Waltz personally. The book became a bestseller. Storm wasn't the first person to cash in on the legend, but he was the most successful. His version of events became the standard, the template every future treasure hunter would follow, the story that Hollywood would eventually adapt. Nobody asked Storm where he got his information. Nobody questioned why his version contradicted the earlier accounts. Nobody seemed to care that some of the people he quoted had been dead for decades before he supposedly interviewed them. The legend had taken on a life of its own, and that's exactly what certain people needed. By the 1960s, the lost Dutchman story served multiple purposes. It explained why people kept disappearing in those mountains. It gave the Forest Service a reason to restrict access to certain areas. It provided cover for ongoing operations that couldn't be discussed in polite company. Most importantly, it kept people looking in the wrong direction. You want to find something in the superstitions? Don't follow the treasure maps. Follow the money. Follow the government contracts. Follow the classified geological surveys that nobody talks about anymore. The mine hunters are doing exactly what they're supposed to do. They're searching for something that was never there, in places they'll never be allowed to dig, while the real business continues in areas marked off limits for entirely different reasons. Here's the part that should bother you. The people who profit from the legend aren't the tour guides or the gift shop owners. They're small players. The real money comes from keeping certain areas of federal land off limits while maintaining a plausible reason for the restrictions. Environmental protection is one excuse. Archaeological preservation is another. But treasure hunting, that's perfect. It suggests the area is valuable while implying that the value is historical rather than strategic. The wilderness area designation in 1964 wasn't about protecting desert flora. It was about controlling access. The legend just made it easier to sell to the public. You know what's still being extracted from the Superstition Mountains. It's not gold. It's not silver. It's materials that didn't have commercial applications when Jacob Waltz was alive, but are essential to technologies that didn't exist until decades after his death. The companies doing the extraction don't advertise their presence. Their operations aren't marked on tourist maps. Their workers don't live in Apache Junction or tell stories at the local bars. They work at night. They use access roads that don't appear on public maps. They operate under permits that are classified for reasons of national security. The Superstition Mountain Museum in Apache Junction tells the traditional story. Jacob Waltz, the dying confession, the mysterious mine location, the brave treasure hunters who died searching for it. Families drive hours to see artifacts that may or may not have belonged to the famous prospector. The museum doesn't mention the classified geological reports. It doesn't discuss the ongoing mining operations or the federal contracts or the people who disappeared asking the wrong questions. It certainly doesn't explain why certain areas remain off limits long after any legitimate environmental concerns should have been resolved. The museum tells the story people want to hear. And more importantly, it tells the story certain people need them to hear. I talked to an old-timer in Apache Junction last year. He'd lived there his whole life, worked for the Forest Service for 30 years before he retired. He knew the mountains better than anyone. He told me something interesting. He said the real treasure hunters stopped coming around the early 1980s. The serious ones, anyway. The people with geological training and proper equipment, and enough money to mount real expeditions. They figured it out, he said. Whatever they were looking for, it wasn't what they thought it was. When I asked him what he meant, he just shook his head. Some stories are better left alone, he said. Some mysteries are mysteries for a reason. The helicopters still patrol the restricted areas. Not every day, but regularly enough. They're not looking for treasure hunters anymore. Most people gave up that dream years ago. They're protecting something else. Something that requires ongoing security, ongoing secrecy, ongoing cover stories. The lost Dutchman legend isn't just useful because it explains the past. It's useful because it justifies the present. In 2019, a researcher filed a Freedom of Information Act request for all documents related to the Superstition Mountains dating back to 1960. The response came back 18 months later. 300 pages, almost entirely redacted. The few readable lines mentioned ongoing operations, national security implications, and continued classification necessary for a treasure hunt, for a legend about a 19th century prospector and his lost mine. You draw your own conclusions about what requires that level of security in 2024. The legend persists because it serves everyone's interests. The tourists get their adventure story. The local economy gets its revenue stream. The government gets its cover story. The mining companies get their access and their secrecy. Everyone wins, except the people who died looking for the truth, except the families who never got real answers about what happened to their loved ones, except the citizens who have a right to know what their government is doing on their land. But those people don't have lobbyists. They don't have government contracts. They don't have the power to keep secrets or bury inconvenient questions. They just have questions that nobody wants to answer. So the next time you hear someone talk about the lost Dutchman's mine, remember what you've learned. Remember that the most effective lies are built around kernels of truth. Remember that the best cover stories are the ones people want to believe. And remember that sometimes, when a mystery persists for more than a century despite countless investigations and modern technology and unlimited resources. It's not because the answer is hidden. It's because the answer is protected. That's the story. Or at least, that's the version that survived. The mining operations in the Superstition Mountains are still classified. The federal permits are still sealed. And people still disappear when they get too close to areas that officially don't exist. If you made it this far, you're the kind of person this channel was made for. We go deep on a different American mystery every night. Subscribe, and I'll see you tomorrow. And hey, tell me in the comments, do you think the government is still actively mining something out there? Or are they just protecting evidence of what happened decades ago? I want to hear your theory. Sleep well.